Very glad to have you all here. So my name is Charity Tongoy. I work with DAD, and I'll be your MC for today. As we begin, we will start with 3 welcome addresses. To start us off will be Professor Stephen Kiama, our host and the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi. Secondly will be the Secretary General of DAD in Bonn, Dr. Kai Six, who has been in office since April 2021 and is in charge of the administrative office. Thirdly will be His Excellency Mr. Sebastian Groth, the Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to Kenya, and he has been in office since August 2022. And last but not least, we shall have Dr. Monica Juma, who is the National Security Advisor to President William Ruto. She will give us the keynote. So I welcome the 4 of them to start us off with a welcome address. So we're going to start with Professor Kiama.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Yes, Ambassador Monica Juma, the National Security Advisor, Dr. Kai Six, the General Secretary, German Academic Exchange Service, DAD, as well as Your Excellency, the Ambassador, Sebastian Groth, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany, all distinguished guests who are gathered here, dear colleagues, scholars, good morning. On behalf of the University of Nairobi, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today to celebrate the 60th anniversary of German-Kenya diplomatic relations and the 50th anniversary of the German East African Science and Research Corporation. For us today is a remarkable milestone in the history of our university and the field of education in general. It is a momentous occasion as it raises awareness of the incredible opportunities that Germany offers to international researchers and innovators. DAD has been a long-standing partner of the University of Nairobi with a relationship spanning over 50 years. We are profoundly grateful for the support DAD continues to provide in the form of scholarships and funding opportunities for our students and staff. This partnership has become one of the cornerstones of our institution's commitment to excellence in education and research. As we celebrate this jubilee of DAD, I'm reminded of the transformative power of international collaborations in the realms of education. The University of Nairobi has been privileged to work with the DAD in fostering academic exchange and promoting scholarship opportunities for our students and faculty. Many of you in this room are beneficiaries of the postgraduate scholarships embarking on education journeys that have not only enriched your lives, but have also contributed to the global pool of knowledge and expertise. DAD's unwavering dedication to supporting international academic mobility and promoting cross-cultural understanding has been instrumental in shaping the lives and careers of countless individuals, including myself. It has provided our students and researchers with the opportunity to experience the world, to learn from diverse perspectives, and to build connections that transcend borders. The University of Nairobi takes immediate pride in its diverse and rich network of DAD alumni. It is a testament to the quality of education and research that many of our alumni have acquired and gone on to achieve great heights in their respective fields. Our alumni who are DAD scholars have become leaders in their respective fields, driving innovations and making meaningful contributions to society. This is a testament to the transformative power of education and international collaboration. Their achievements remind us that investment in education is an investment in the future of our people, not just individuals, but of entire nations and the world at large. One notable alumni, and which you are all aware of, and who deserves special mention, is His Excellency the President, William Ruto. His exemplary journey from a student supported by DAD at the University of Nairobi to become the President of this country reflects the transformative power of education and the impact of organizations like DAD in shaping the future of our nation. As we come together to commemorate this momentous occasion, let us not forget the invaluable contributions that Germany has made to the field of education, science, and research. The collaboration between Germany and East Africa have been fundamental in driving innovation, fostering academic exchange, and creating opportunities for growth and development for our country. As we celebrate this important milestone, we look back with pride on the many achievements and breakthroughs that have emerged. We also look forward to the future with great enthusiasm and anticipation. The world is evolving at an unprecedented pace, and the challenges we face today require innovative solutions that can only be achieved through collaborations of brilliant minds from diverse backgrounds. Today's event is also a testament to the strong bond between Germany and Kenya, and the University of Nairobi stands as a proud symbol of this enduring partnership. We are committed to continuing our collaboration and cooperation with German institutions to nurture and support the next generation of leaders, innovators, and researchers. I want to express our deepest gratitude to the German Academic Exchange Service, its dedicated team, and all those who have been part of this beautiful story and history. Let this gathering be a catalyst for further collaborations, and let us together explore the boundless opportunities that lie ahead. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all of you as we celebrate this milestone in our shared history. Thank you, and God bless you.
Dear Professor Kiyama, Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi and host of our event again here today, Your Excellency, dear Ambassador Sebastian Groth, dear Dr. Monica Jümer, Chief National Security Advisor at the National Security Council of Kenya, distinguished guests, good morning to all of you. A warm welcome, and indeed 2023, it has been said, is a year of two remarkable jubilees. The 60th anniversary of Kenyan-German diplomatic relations and the 50th anniversary of the DAAD regional office here in Nairobi, which kind of marks also the beginning of East African-German academic relations. And for this reason, I'm really thrilled that today we take the opportunity of the intersection of these two anniversaries to discuss the status quo and the perspectives of German-East African relations from different angles, particularly from a diplomatic, an academic, and a social perspective. And it's great that so many of you from so many countries have come to join us in these discussions today. Thank you very much. I hope I do not say too much when I state that DAAD has contributed a lot to German-East African relations over the past decades. We stated yesterday that over these 5 decades, we were able to fund 45,000 students and researchers from the region, which includes 7 countries, including Kenya, the location of our office. This is a true reason to celebrate. 45,000 is a huge number. And again, thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for providing us with the appropriate surroundings for the celebration yesterday evening. We had a very nice gathering with our alumni and alumni there. So what is the driving force for DAAD behind this commitment? I think first of all, DAAD is an academic organization, of course, and so our first aim is academic quality, the improvement of academic quality. So what we want to achieve with our scholarships is to convey high quality degrees to students here, to enhance the quality of research collaboration, to instigate creativity in students and researchers through international exchange. But at the same time, the impact of academic exchange, and that's also important for us, reaches far beyond the ivory tower, the University of Kenya, of Nairobi tower, if you want, so far beyond academia. Scholarships like ours also contribute to create future leaders and experts who take on an important role in their respective countries, who take on responsibility from a political, from an academic, from an economic perspective. And also, these experts, these leaders also, and we saw this very clearly in our alumni meeting yesterday, these experts remain advocates and ambassadors of the German East African relations all over their lives. And I think this is an amazing outcome of the last days, that we were really giving so much evidence to this criterion. So, which for me means it is absolutely no coincidence that today we bring together the celebration of a diplomatic and of an academic jubilee. Rather, diplomatic and academic relations can at times affect each other, which is also why both DAD and the Foreign Office in Berlin nowadays very often lately have talked a lot about one term when it comes to academic relations, and the term is science diplomacy. And science diplomacy, so as we understand it, and in the best world that we could imagine, means that diplomacy creates freedom for academicians, for academics to move freely, to exchange ideas, and to cross borders freely. And that, on the other hand, science contributes to the understanding of people, to a dialogue on the level of civil societies, and also to the solution of challenges which we all face together across borders. So now, of course, we also know our world is not exactly the best one we could imagine, which also means science diplomacy does not always reach these goals easily. In fact, to put it even more realistically, in our geopolitical world order, or sometimes disorder, science diplomacy can also be a big challenge, and sometimes needs to take into consideration delays, detours, and in very extreme cases also the termination of contacts, as is right now the case, for example, in the academic relations between Germany and Russia. So science diplomacy is not an easy field, but it is one worth to engage in because it bears so many opportunities for a more peaceful and a more sustainable world. And this brings me to the end and back to German-East African relations. These are also not without challenges, and I think we will have ample opportunity also to discuss and name these challenges throughout our discussions here today. But in spite of these challenges, I have very high hopes and also a deep faith in the academic relations between the East African countries and Germany. Because over the past decades, the academic ties have grown so much, have become very strong. There exist, even today, many new opportunities for further intensification of our contacts. There are new fields, future-oriented fields arising in which we have only just started to collaborate. And over the past days, I think we all have seen how many people in all our countries are engaged to increase and improve our academic relations. So there is really a lot reason to have high hopes. So, and against this background, I am very much looking forward to discussing with you today the status quo and the perspectives and the future perspectives of political, academic, social relations between Germany and East Africa. I would like to thank very much the partners with whom we organized this event here today, particularly the embassy, but also our partners from Megatrends Africa. Thank you all for coming. I wish you an inspiring day. Thanks for your attention.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, to our host, Professor Kiyama, the second time after yesterday. A very warm welcome also to my good friend Monica. I'm very, very glad that you are here because we are very much looking forward to your strategic political input also in this discussion. Also, my good friend Ambassador Moy, thank you that you are here. Of course, Dr. Kai Six, who came from Germany to celebrate with us 50 years DAAD presence here in the region. Also, Ms. Beate Schindler-Kovacs, who is the regional representative of DAAD. All scholars, researchers, fellows from the University of Nairobi, and also a special greeting to the researchers from Germany, from the MEGA project, which brings together 3 different research institutions in Germany to look into mega trends in Africa, like urbanization, like the interests of global actors in the continent, demography, so things that are shaping the developments of the next years and decades to come. So good morning, everybody. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy that we have this conversation today on the occasion of the anniversary of the AAD. As Kai Six said, there is a very big overlap between the field of science, diplomacy, and, how should I say, real-world diplomacy, political diplomacy. We, from the political field, we need also your input from academia, from research, from think tanks, in order to develop good policies. University of Nairobi is a pillar of German-Kenyan relations, when Angela Merkel visited Kenya in 2011, she delivered a speech also at this university here, and she said, among other things, Germany wants to be Kenya's partner and friend, and I think that's what we are striving for the last 60 years and what we are trying to do for the next 60 years. Chancellor Scholz and President Ruto met, I think, 5 times in the last 12 months, which is, in my counting, unprecedented. And what I feel, and probably Monica can confirm this, is that there is a certain chemistry on the top leaders level, but there's also a lot of trust and friendship and cooperation on all the layers beyond the top level. If you look for example, the African Climate Summit that happened here 2 weeks ago, from the very beginning, it was very clear for Germany that we support this important event, and we did so via GIZ and via a very big delegation that came from Germany and participated actively, and we really welcome the outcome, the ambition, also the ambition for African agency, the ambition to change the narrative in international climate diplomacy, and that's something that, is so significant for, I think, the willingness of this government and this country to influence developments not only regionally, continentally, but also globally, and we need more of this. So anniversaries are good occasions to reflect a little bit on the past, but also to look to the future, and this is the title of this seminar today. Where are the challenges for our partnership, the opportunities? Where do we stand in 10 years from now or in 15 years from now? What mega trends also shape our bilateral relationship, like climate change, technological developments, the geopolitical, geoeconomic interests of other actors, both here in Kenya, in Africa, but also in Europe, of course. How does the international relation develop in general? The Financial Times had an interesting series about a new world order, or the shape of a new world order. And the first article, the title of the first article was Welcome at the a la carte world. The a la carte world, meaning that the nation states looking to international politics like on a menu, choosing for the starter this partner, for the main course that partner, and for the dessert this partner. And I think there is some truth in it, because we are moving into this very transactional, pragmatic, in a positive sense, pragmatic way of cooperating internationally. The big question is, what does it mean for multilateralism? What does it mean for the framework of international cooperation? What does it mean also for stability of international cooperation? And I think that's where Kenya and Germany share a lot of interests and values, trying, even in this growing a la carte world, to stabilize the framework of international cooperation. And I just want to mention 3 or 4 points of interest. So it's about strengthening the United Nations, and I say this in the very moment when the General Assembly week happens in New York. It's, I think, also the fight for human rights. It's regional and global peace and security. It's climate change. It's global health. A very, very intense cooperation, for example, in Geneva about a new global pandemic treaty. This is a little bit under the radar screen of international politics, but it is very, very important, and we cooperate very closely with Kenya on this. It's about global economic governance, and we know that it's a very, very important subject for President Ruto, but also for the German discussion. Germany tabled some proposals to reform the World Bank, and I think this goes very much in the same direction what President Ruto has on mind, strengthening the climate aspect mainly in international financial governance. And last but not least, trade relationships and a fair exchange of assets and resources. And I think what we will see in the next 10 to 15 years is that we grow out of a relationship that is very much based, or was very much based, on development cooperation. Still, this will be a very, very strong element, and there is a gap in prosperity, 1 to 20. Per capita income in Kenya is $2,000. In Germany, it's about 40,000, more or less. And of course, there is a need to support the economic development of Kenya. But my feeling is that we will look more and more for political projects on the international agenda that we can push forward together, beyond development cooperation, or on the basis of our experiences in development cooperation. And again, I would like to give you some examples where this already happens. Kenya and Germany together developed ideas how to regulate the international cyberspace. This will be a very important element in a project of the UN Secretary General that is called Our Common Agenda. There will be an important summit next year, 2024, about the future of the United Nations. And one element in this is the regulation of the cyber world. And Kenya was the partner of Germany in bringing together more than 17 African countries here in Nairobi, and we developed an input paper for this process. Another field where we cooperate closely on the political level also is climate change and security. Germany is pushing this issue always in the Security Council when we are non-permanent member. We introduced this subject in 2011. But when we were a member of the Security Council, was it 2019, 2020, then Kenya took over, I think 2010 to 2021, and Kenya took over the dossier and put it on the table of the Security Council. I think also on geopolitical subjects like Russia and Ukraine, or Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, there's a very deep understanding about the risks, which is not natural if you see the very complex discussion, especially here in Africa, and the perspective in Africa on this conflict, which is seen from here very, very far away. Donbass from Nairobi is 6,500 kilometers, and there are a lot of cruel wars in the direct neighborhood of Kenya. Still, for Kenya, I think there is no doubt how to assess in international legal terms this war, and to be on the sides also of the European countries and of Ukraine. One important point is the regional role of Kenya as a stabilizing factor in Congo, in Somalia, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in southern Sudan. And Germany is trying to help Kenya in this role through project funding, through expertise, through political support. And I think this goes also far beyond development cooperation. And last but not least, more in the bilateral field, I would like to mention a migration partnership, a labor migration partnership that we want to conclude with Kenya, bringing skilled labor from Kenya to Germany. That was a very important point on the agenda of the talks between President Ruto and Chancellor Scholz. This has nothing to do with development cooperation. This is in both our interests also. So we can both, the Chinese always talk about a win-win relationship. And I think there we really have a win-win relationship, because Kenya is growing by 800,000 to 1 million people per year that desperately look for jobs, and Germany has a gap of at least 400,000 people per year that we need to fill some of the gaps in our labor market. And I think we haven't seen this in the last 60 years, but we will see a lot of this in the next 60 years. And I'm very much looking forward to the next 60 years. I'm very much looking forward to this conference, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Professor Stephen Kiama, Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Dr. Kai Six, Secretary General of the German Academic Exchange Service, Excellency Sebastian Groth, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to Kenya, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I am delighted to join this congregation at my alma mater, the University of Nairobi, in celebration of an important cooperation for our republic. As we celebrate 60 years of independence, we do so with partners that have been with us, and the Federal Republic of Germany takes a place of pride, being the first country to have officially recognized Kenya as an independent state. I commend the organizers of this event, which I believe is part of a series of commemorative activities for a relationship that is growing in leaps and bounds. I am honored to have the opportunity to reflect on the future of this special relationship. And my invitation to this morning was to share some thoughts on how we can find common solutions to challenges of today and tomorrow, and how we can also seize the available opportunities in the future. Today, as mentioned by those that have spoken before me, is a celebration of 50 years of Kenya-German cultural cooperation. This cooperation focuses on the development of the core driver of human development, that is, human resource. Focus on scholarships, on scientific collaboration, on promotion of sports, as spearheaded by DAD, is crucial in terms of the exchange programs, but more importantly, in terms of creating a competent cohort to drive the development agenda for our nation. At independence, the founding father of our nation identified illiteracy as one of the three primary enemies of Kenya. This framed a core character of our nation, which was to become the pursuit of education. And this actually defined the character of Kenya. It became the first order of duty for every Kenyan. This would provide a character for Kenya to become a source pool for human capital, not just for ourselves, but for our region and beyond. Today, our literacy rate stands at over 90%, with an increasing, growing percentage of graduate and professional training compared to anywhere in the world. The role of DAD in this pursuit of our national aspiration has been commendable. It has evolved with our history since its establishment of this office in 1973. Today, as has been said, we have an impressive alumni, including no other than our President, His Excellency William Ruto, who was a beneficiary of this scholarship at his master's level in botany at this prestigious university. His Excellency conveys his best wishes to this congregation. He would have loved to be here, but as I'm sure every one of you knows, he has joined world leaders for the 78th United Nations General Assembly in New York. And so I'm delighted to convey his best wishes to this congregation. Further, I wish to express our appreciation for the role you play in advising our high school and university students and scholars about the possibilities of studying and undertaking research in Germany, as witnessed in the Mombasa and Eldoret Regional Education and Career Fairs in February and March of 2023, in which you participated actively. It is significant that even though there have been some rough times in the journey of this relationship, including phases when there has been shrinking of budget provisions, where we've had a closing of institutions, even more recently with the pandemic, we have seen a DAD that has adapted over time, that has responded to these circumstances, that has continued to redefine the appropriate focus in terms of training and research. And I therefore want to express my commendation for DAD on its 50th anniversary and look forward to the next 50 years. Congratulations. This morning, I wish to reflect on our two countries' journey through these noble causes. The Federal Republic of Germany, as has been said, was the first to recognize us, and in diplomatic relations, this is a real big deal. You know, carrying a CD1 is significant because, in a sense, it provides an alliance that is historic. It almost provides a duty of care, a duty of friendship, a duty of seeing things from the same side, so to speak. And therefore, we stand with Germany aware that we have a country that we can look to, that we can engage with, both at bilateral but also at global level. This relationship, as has been said by the ambassador, has been growing in depth and diversity. It is ranging from the cultural, from educational, to economic, to technological, to political, to geostrategic. And as he says, as he elaborated in terms of the mega trends and what we project it to look like, we believe it is going to be a relationship that will continue to strengthen moving forward. And why so? Because, as has indicated, it is a relationship that has been reaffirmed from the highest strategic level. In the last 12 months, 5 times meetings at the VVIP level. Again, not a simple thing, not easy, not usual. We are hoping that actually tomorrow there will be another meeting in New York to make the 6th, you know, so to speak. And so, and this also confirmed with 2 state visits in a year. That's also, those who are in MFA will tell you this is not an easy thing. It is not usual to have this kind of engagement. Critically, at the last state visit here, there was a very significant strategic guidance to us. And I recall a guidance to myself and my counterpart, Jens, to commence engagement towards discussions to transform this relationship into a strategic partnership between Kenya and Germany. And I think this is what is going to be framing the next 60 or so years of the Kenya-German relation. It is in the light of this firm foundation, comprising of a clear strategic guidance, sound and tested historical relation, that the question placed before me to reflect upon this morning is appropriate. How can we define the mega trends that are confronting us today? And how can we partner in addressing this, as well as in taking the advantage that these trends present for us? Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to address this question in two parts. First, I would like to contextualize the current environment and projections. And secondly, then I will propose some modalities which I think could be applied in addressing both the challenges as well as leveraging on the opportunities. A look at the global environment today is indicative of seismic changes. Some might call them transactional changes, some might call them, whatever, but I think they are seismic. If we reflect back some 35 years ago or so, we would be standing here speaking about the unification of Germany, as a trend defining the world, as the singular big event of the world. 20 years ago, probably would be talking about the transformation of the OAU to the AU, and what would the South, in terms of Africa, look like? How was it going to engage with the world? This was the big thing. You remember the NEPAD. You remember the meetings between NEPAD and the G7. This was the big thing. It was what was driving a lot of conversation, certainly in Africa, in relation to the rest of the world. 10 years ago, probably this discussion would be the effect of terrorism. We've just seen 9/11. We've seen a series of things. What is the world going to look like? How does the fight against terrorism look like? How is it going to change the structure of security, the way we think, the way we relate, the way we define, maybe the way we even label, the way we define regions of the world. And then we see a quick acceleration of things, and instead of having a major trend, we begin to see a series of events happening that are really of significant, each one of them of serious, significant implications in terms of the way nations relate, in terms of the way decision-making at the policy level is made, and hence this whole debate about megatrends. What are the megatrends? Happening at the same time, conflating at the same spot across the world, not in any specific place. And what do they look like? Growing tensions between what we call the East and the West. Yeah? And that begins to take really a very pernicious format in terms of limits and or lack of limits thereof. Things that look like centers beginning to implode, and the tensions between the center and the peripheries, whether we are talking about countries or regions or global, centers are not holding very well. Rapid urbanization, particularly in the global south in Africa, the debate about the youth badge. Is it a curse? Is it a blessing? What do we do? The boundaries that have been protecting us and that we have been taking for granted begin to erode with serious consequences for statecraft. There's accelerated forced migration. There is a linkage between transnational crimes. They occur concurrently. There is rapid technological changes. There is crisis impacting human development. In the current General Assembly, the debate, the stock taking on the SDGs is rather worrying. We are seeing a stock take that is telling us about reversals instead of progress. And now we are afraid that the human development is going to be impacted significantly. We are faced with an existential threat of climate crisis that is really becoming, we are reminded every day. Today we are sitting with a crisis in Libya of proportions unseen before. We are sitting with a crisis in Morocco. We have seen it ravage the entire world in the last, every day we wake up to a reminder of the scale of the climate crisis. The consequences of this have been unprecedented, of course. Deterioration in security everywhere you look. I mean, in our own region, there's some sort of, when somebody asks me about this region, I say, it's an active region. But you could say that of any region, whether it is Europe, the Americas. We are beginning to see even deployment of weapon systems that were unthinkable 5, 6, 10 years ago. Today, we are even speaking of possibility of deployment of weapons of mass destruction, including the possibility of nuclear. This was unthinkable 20 years ago. We thought we had actually reached the point of nuclear deterrence. We are having a serious threat and erosion to democratic values. In the extreme case, this is taking the form of unconstitutional changes of government. In our African continent, 7 since 2020, again, unthinkable. If somebody asked you the possibility of this 15 years ago, I think it would have been a very short debate that that was not possible, that democracy was on the advance, that it was inconceivable that we would have this level of affront on the democratic project. There is a general rejection of democratic processes. Now we are having concepts like election deniers. I mean, things like this. You know, this is crazy. And this is becoming a common reference even in refereed pieces of work. There is increased strategic competition. And this competition is taking place in all manner of theaters, on land, on sea, in space, in technology, in energy, attacks on truth in the media. You know, social media, we've gotten to the point where discerning what is a fact from misinformation is becoming increasingly more difficult. And this competition is becoming more severe, more insidious, and has huge implications for decision making, and even for laying out in a scientific format what is real, what's not real. Transnational crimes are overlapping, reinforcing each other, and making it more difficult to manage and deal with. Let me just take an example of the linkages we are beginning to see between terrorism, trafficking of humans and drugs, contraband, all of them happening in the same space with the same actors. Money laundering and everything. And this makes it increasingly difficult to deal, to understand the scale of the challenge and deal with it. Increased volatility, reduced stability, undermining of the global systems and institutions. Increasingly, we are seeing a pattern towards rejection of multilateralism and cooperative action. Ambassador was just speaking about the a la carte menu. Today, more institutions are weakened and their legitimacy seriously dented, growing non-compliance and rejection of multilateral platform as a basis for mediating differences. Ordinarily, we would say if there's a problem, approach the ICJ. If there's a problem, approach that tribunal. Now we are getting to the point where even decisions of those bodies are really not complied with, and essentially weakening the platforms for common action. And what this has brought then, there's a lot of description of this and discussions of this as an inflection point in history. A point where truly the concept of volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous environment is playing out in front of us. But what does this mean? Is this all hope? And I agree with the director's observation in terms of, is it all lost? My assessment is that it is not. We are having opportunities that we must focus attention on. The opportunity of technological advance, which I'm going to be talking a little bit about, the opportunities of increasingly the reality of integration, the reality of cross-border engagements, the realities of closer neighborhoods, that we are all in a neighborhood. And being in a neighborhood means this is an opportunity that we need to focus attention on. The opportunity of reform, that we are at an inflection point, there is no doubt, that we are facing weakened multilateralism, that is true, but generally, we are also at a point where there is significant discussions about how do we structure ourselves to manage better. And so the whole debate around reforms, Last week, we saw the admission of Africa to the G20. There has been consistent work on the AU reforms. We have seen increasing debate on the MDB reforms. We are seeing very bold proposals, including those that have been placed by the Africa Group led by President Ruto, to enable climate action at the urgency that is required, at the scale and quantum that is necessary, and in a manner that enables access to resources that are adequate, that are flexible, that we can target in order to deal with the necessity and the imperative for ecological rebalancing. So how should we actualize these opportunities? I want to argue that we can do so focusing at all the three levels of bilateral cooperation, of regional cooperation, and global partnerships. And to my mind, the first thing must be investing in partnerships that enables us to have a definition, common and shared definition of what these challenges and opportunities look like. I think history has shown, oftentimes, a lot of tensions have been created by the lack of a common understanding or the right definition of the problem. This is crucial because if we define a problem in a manner that we understand it and that is correct, then it is likely to forge a common approach. In my mind, the hosting of the Munich Security Conference in Nairobi next month offers a unique opportunity to dispassionately begin to assess the state of play and the opportunities for engagement. Similarly, a forum like this offers that opportunity to begin to frame the issues in a less reactive manner. I mean, we are getting to a point where we are reacting to trends, which is not really helping us in terms of framing it in the short, medium, and long term. So I think this idea around interrogating the state of play using a cross range of disciplines and perspectives so that we can bring as much context and we can build a fuller as possible a picture of what is going on in terms of risks, but as well as in terms of the opportunities available. In my mind, I think we must invest in strategic advantage to future-proof. How are we going to future-proof? I had some conversations last week and we were talking about, and there are concepts that have become very easy to use. Resilience. What does resilience mean? What does resilience mean? How do you create resilience at an individual, at societal, at state, at humanity level? How does resilience look like? But I think we have to come back to those discussions and ask ourselves what we need to do if we are going to create resilience against multiple trends that happen at the same time. How do you do that? And I think it pushes us to be more multidisciplinary, to be more inclusive in terms of different perspectives at different levels with different actors. I think, in my mind, one of the new spheres of engagement, and Sebastian made reference to it, is the growing partnership around the area of green growth. As elaborated during the African Climate Summit, we have 3 buckets of areas, I think, that need significant work, whether it is in terms of research, whether it is in terms of the technological R&D that is required, and so forth. Whether we are talking that provide unparalleled opportunities for mutual benefit for every country and region, as well as humanity. For example, within the green growth agenda, if you think about the entire debate around decarbonization, the renewable space, the discussions we've started to have with Germany leading in terms of green hydrogen, it brings together the possibility of turning the green asset portfolio, for example, on the African continent, to drive development that responds to a lot of the other issues, the youth badge, the labor, the jobs, the productivity, and so forth. So if we're just to think about decarbonization, But to think about adaptation or mitigation the same, what does smart agriculture entail in terms of what science is needed, what technology we must develop? Or how does the nature-based solution to climate crisis look like in a manner that they drive equity? You know, because there is a danger that we could plunge into this in a way that leaves most of the people behind, the communities. How do we frame this in a way that it begins to bridge the gap around equity, around people, around rights, social justice, and things like that? So we see a partnership that can actually, in this area, this new frontier that offers a series of opportunities from resilience to large-scale development in manufacturing and other formats. During the state visit here, there's a lot of conversations around the need for scaling up the technical training and the support and what cooperation between Germany and Kenya would look like that creates a pipeline to the labor, to the market, and to a job, and so forth. And this leads to the need for very conscious growth in the German Development Cooperation. We know that Germany is the second largest financial donor to Kenya, but I think we have a basis for growing that portfolio significantly with Germany, but also within the European Union context. There's a whole area around the question of the support and cultural development that has also been evolving around the cooperation, around the cultural, the museums, the artifacts, and things like that, which I think is very important in terms of reaffirming the software of people and the histories that people share. And this, again, I just wanted to lift it as another area so that we are just not looking at the technical issues alone. The future outlook for me, I think, is bright. We have shared values which have been leveraged and which can continue to anchor this relationship. We, Germany and Kenya, sit as anchor states in their regions, and I think this also provides a degree of perspective in terms of how do you engage regionally. You become part of an anchor because, as we have always said in this country, we believe that the realization of our potential is inextricably linked to the prosperity of the region. And that is how the anchoring role in our administration has become increasingly more important. We also share a second value in terms of the both countries relying largely on the small and medium enterprises to drive the economy. I always tell people Kenya is an SMSC country. You know, we are small scale. We do things small, which means it has to be intense, it has to be high standards, it must be fast production. And I think in Germany we have a partner that mirrors this type of energy and this type of perspective. And I think this is the way to go if you think about carrying more people. Carrying more people means it is easier when you're doing it small scale. You know, when you're creating products that respond to the lowest level rather than the bigger levels that we have been used to. Because a lot of economic thinking and history has been a top-down, you know, thinking that you can create big and then you can cascade it downwards. I think that has not done very well in terms of the demand that has been created over time. So thinking small and making small efficient and allowing for the agility to be agile, and the support system for those agile systems, I think, is a critical value that we can grow, that we can build upon, and that we can actually share even within our regions. There is also the possibility of what you are calling strategic partnership. The role of the stable anchor state in stemming, in curtailing, in tethering and healthy geostrategic competition. Because I think the world is going to depend on the middle states to stabilize globally. And so what is the role? How do we create alliances and coalition of middle states to stabilize the intense east to what we are seeing as east to west, or now we are beginning to see another set of BRICS, and I don't know how do you create alliances that can actually tether this strategic competition that could actually destabilize already a very volatile situation? And so it is critical in terms of reshaping and redefining actions around big agendas, like the climate crisis. And I think there's going to be a test time between now and COP28, actually, how we drive the reshaping of that agenda, how we drive the consensus around the right architecture to support the action that is required at the scale that is required, I think will be a test case in this cooperation moving forward. In conclusion, I really want to underscore our confidence that the future offers us possibilities for a better relationship between our two nations and a better possibility of contributing to the dynamism of global politics, of regional cooperation and integration, and of managing and dealing with the challenges of today, whether these be the mega trends that you have looked at in terms of inclusion and participation, whether it is in terms of the human development indices, whether it is in terms of trade and strategic issues. So I'm very delighted, and I'm sure this seminar will frame the next steps in terms of the right research, the right science, the right technology and R&D to take us forward. Very delighted to have had this chance to speak to you, and wishing you a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Monica Juma, for the wonderful words and for gracing us this occasion with your presence. I want to also thank all that said a word of welcome today, Dr. Six, Professor Kiama, and Mr. Sebastian Groth. We especially want to thank Dr. Monica Juma for being here with us, and for that, we're going to gift her something. Ms. Beate Schindler-Kovacs, the Regional Director for DAD in East Africa, is handing her a present. Thank you, Ms. Beate Schindler-Kovacs, for that. For now, the next session will be a group photo session, and because of time, I'm kindly inviting all of us to the 5th floor for a group session, because not all of us will be here for the whole day. where the panelists will discuss. We shall also have an opportunity to participate actively through an app called Mentimeter, where all of us gathered here and also online viewers will be able to participate by answering questions on the Mentimeter. And my colleague will come to explain to us what that exactly is. It's supposed to be an app that engages us to, by using live polls or a platform where we can answer questions and we can be able to see the answers today live here on the screen, and we can be able to participate and not just be passive listeners. So thank you so much, and now invite my colleague, Jules Onyango, to just explain to us how this Mentimeter works so that we can continue.
Thank you, Charity. So we would like to also capture your inputs as we go through the panel session. So we'll be using Mentimeter, and in order for you to access it, we'll have to use menti.com. And my colleague Chris will actually project the information on the screen. So since we want it to be interactive through, for the people at the back, I'm sorry, I'm not sure how, if the speaker is reaching you, but short of shouting and then distorting the sound, maybe. So with Mentimeter, we'll be using the menti.com link. I hope you can hear me at the back there. Okay, I'll just stick to the mic. So with Mentimeter, we'll be using menti.com, and then you'll be able to actually input the code that will be projected on the screen shortly. Then I'd ask you to just pace yourself so that while you can be able to complete the questions at your pace, we'd like you to also actually input them as we go along in the panel discussion. So at each point where you can actually give us your input, we will be guided by Pauline, and it will be open to the audience. So we'll just project the code shortly on the screen, and then we can carry on as we carry along with the discussion. So, oh yeah. And also, in case you need to actually connect to data or Wi-Fi, you can just raise your hand, then we'll come along and help you set up with the university Wi-Fi. Yeah. So by a show of hands, so one. So we'll go around each table just to help you set up on the Wi-Fi, even as we project the code. So I can hand over to Charity to move us along.
The university Wi-Fi is actually called UON Wi-Fi, and the username is DAAD, capital letters, and the password is in small letters, Nairobi 2023. My colleague will come round and help and assist you with that. So we'd like to start with this session, and I welcome all of you, as well as our online viewers, to participate so that we can have an interactive session. And I now welcome all our panelists to start us off. Thank you so much. Ms. Pauline Cairo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, as a way of introduction, my name is Pauline Cairo. I am a journalist with the East African newspaper. It's a regional paper with readership across the region, the East African region. For this session, we will be focusing on 4 themes: the scientific and diplomatic relations between Germany and the East African region. For this period, the last 50 years, for DAAD, and the last 60 years for relations between the region and Germany. And then the other thematic area that we're going to focus on is going to be looking at insights and experiences of the many years of cooperation in diplomacy and science. And we're going to also request our panelists to showcase best practices and initiatives that have taken place over this period. And then, of course, you're going to participate. We're going to request that you participate in the discussion using the Mentimeter. So to kick us off, to Professor Boga, Dr. Akia, and Professor Gaspard. So Germany was the first country to recognize Kenya diplomatically in 1963. How was and is Germany perceived in the region? And has this image changed over time?
Sorry about the hitch. Thank you very much. My name is Professor Hamadi Boga. I come from Diani in Kwale County in the Coast region. The reason why I mention this is very significant because as a young person growing up in Kwale, we started interacting with Germany quite early because the tourism sector in the coast, in the south coast of Kwale is mainly dominated by investors from Germany and Switzerland. So as kids, we were really struggling to learn German so that we can already engage the tourists as they come to play football with us in the villages. And this is significant because when I went to Freiburg to do the language course, in Themen Neu Eins, the book which we were using to learn German, I realized that the perception of German tourists abroad was also a topic for discussion. And you found that most Germans took themselves as if the world was looking at them negatively, while in the real sense, as kids, we were really excited to interact with German tourists. And they were a very important part of our growing up. And apart from that, in Kenya, everybody was a lover of the Football Made in Germany program. And I think everybody here can relate that. So even through such activities like football, you found that every young man wanted to be the Beckenbauer or the Rummenigge or the other person. So even so socially and societally, it was very positive growing up with some of those experiences. But also once we landed in the university system and we started interacting, the coveted scholarship that everybody aspired for was the one for German Academic Exchange Service. And it was very instrumental because it was given to the best student who had a first class. So it was very much merited. I remember getting mine when I was in the village. Somebody just called me and said, you have a scholarship from DAD because you are the best students in the class. And I didn't have to ask anybody. And from there, and we have also tried as alumni to continue selling that gospel. So I think from Kenya, I would say the experience has been very positive and the engagement very positive across the sector. Later on, if given the opportunity, I will also how that has helped, especially when I was working in the Ministry of Agriculture. Lots of positive interactions and engagements. And so the overall picture is very positive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this opportunity and congratulations for DAAD and for Kenya and Germany for this milestone of celebrating the 50 and 60 years celebration. My name is Professor Gaspard Banyankimbona. I'm here wearing an East African community flag as the Executive Secretary of Inter-University Council for East Africa, an institution of the East African community, but I'm also originally from the Republic of Burundi. So back to the question that was asked. At East African community, I think we are best placed to understand the role and impact of Germany. If you have ever been in Arusha, you can get an office down there whereby GIZ, which is a part of Germany, is they are working. And we can go along all the projects that have been funded by Germany in the region, and the impact is real. Back to myself as a person. I had an opportunity to study in Europe. I picked that time a DVD recorder. The make is Magnum. And I was told it is from Germany. I bought it from 2008, and believe me, 2023, it's still working. So I've been moving all around. I've been seeing people driving very nice cars, and I talked to a number of people who are really fan of Mercedes-Benz, and they convinced me to acquire one. So I just acquired one the last month. And the way they convinced me is Germany is quality. And indeed, in East Africa, we share that particular values of quality. And their first engagement with us in higher education was quality assurance. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. But before I begin, I would like to commend the government of Germany through its funding that facilitates us to be able to benefit from the DAAD program, and of which I must mention that I benefited from the DAAD funding in 2011 when I was part of the Transcrim program, which is the South Africa-German exchange program, which was Transcrim and was based in South Africa, University of the Western Cape, between Humboldt University. And I must commend Dr. Dorothy Weiler for being very, very significant in ensuring that one of the centers of the DAD excellence, which I belonged to, the UWC and Humboldt University Cooperation, was run smoothly and effectively. And unfortunately, it's closed, but it's now a research center, which going forward in my discussion, I'll be able to talk more in that regard. So thank you, and we welcome you, Secretary General, to East Africa. For me, Germany and East Africa, and to be specific, Uganda relations is very significant, because for me, it's a personal experience. Germany, the German ambassador to Uganda, was very instrumental in getting me to make history for my country. Not only for my country, but for the continent in Africa, when I got elected as Uganda's or Africa's endorsed candidate to the CEDAW committee. And you know the basis why the German ambassador to Uganda was very, very, very confident that Uganda nominating me as its candidate to be endorsed by the African Union would be significant, was because I was a DAD scholar. They associated being a DAD scholar with being exceptional. They associated being a DAD scholar with being hardworking and being creme de la creme. So that is why I was able to, and I would say this is how the ambassador decided to set up a meeting with Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Uganda for me to have a conversation. He said, because I believe in you being a DAD scholar, I believe in you being exceptional, I will just help you set a meeting with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and how you fly, how you convince him is all up to you. And I'm so glad he set up that meeting, and I guess my position right now becomes history because of that opportunity that the German ambassador to Uganda. So for me, the relationship, based on your question that you've asked, the relationship that Germany has with East Africa, and specifically Uganda, is really extremely positive and significant, and which can be reflected directly through the experience and the opportunity that I was given. Thank you.
All right. So what I'm hearing is quality transfer of technology and leadership to the region. And I also see the participants have also, picked out the same, the same feelings. I see it is positive in Uganda, admirable standards, a technology leader, improved supportive partnership, productive relationship, reliable partner, manufacturing giant, and Germany is perceived well. To carry on with our discussion, on to Dr. Kai. The German East African academic exchange and relations, considering that and looking at the regional office for East Africa and the celebrations that we are we are a part of today, overall, how would you rate the performance of the German East African academic relations over the last 5 decades of engagement with the region and Germany?
Thank you very much. Before I answer this, let me tell you a little anecdote referring to what Professor Hamadi Boga said in the beginning on the perception of Germany from other parts of the world. So it happened that only 6 weeks ago, we also celebrated a 50th anniversary with our cooperation partner, Japan. And on this occasion, I was given a poem that has been written by one of our cooperation partners from Japan, so a Japanese calligraphy with a strong metric poem. And the poem read approximately like the following. So, "Oh Germany, land of my hopes and inspiration, and I really appreciate you so much. But tell me, my friend, what's going on with your football?" And I think that's a question that many of us ask ourselves these times. Coming to your question, sorry, for the anecdote. I think what Dr. Monica said before, that relations between Kenya and Germany have developed in a way that they have gained in depth and in diversity. And I think this is also the bottom line for the development of East African-German academic relations. We started in the 1960s with scholarships which we provided for students in Kenya and the region to study in the region. And that was like the basic and the fundament, and these scholarships are still very important until today. And step by step, we added new layers of cooperation from this start. So we intensified the opportunities for scholarships, also for people to come to Germany. We provided scholarships for language courses in Germany, sometimes also here for summer courses and so on. So it all started with this kind of personal funding that we provided. And for almost 15 years now, and you already talked about the African Centers for Excellence, which are an important paradigm here, we added a new layer, which is institutional cooperation funding. So at the beginning, it was persons and people whom we funded, and now we also fund the interaction and the cooperation of academic institutions. I think this added a whole new layer to our collaboration, because now we also contribute to the academic structures that are being built here in the region. And then, of course, we also have to consider that DAAD is by far not the only German research organization or academic organization which is active here in the region. DAAD is part of a so-called alliance of German research organizations, and we have overall 10 organizations being united in this alliance. There is the Humboldt Foundation, which many of you know and are fellows of. There is Max Planck Society, there's the German Research Foundation, there is Fraunhofer and others more. And almost all of these science organizations are active in East Africa and provide their own opportunities to collaborate and to carry out joint projects. And so I would really say there has been a massive intensification over the past 50 years in terms of joint collaboration and research. And so I think we are now in a time where we can really say there is a broad fundament of academic joint endeavors that can really make us optimistic for the future.
Right. So what I picked out is that we have layers piling on, and we hope that this relationship continues so that, we both get to benefit. On to Professor Gaspard. Kenya and its partners in the East African region are important contact for Germany in a region marked by numerous, we have crises happening across the region. Germany is an important economic partner. How do you see the role of the region, and including the sub-Saharan region in resolving some of these issues?
Thank you very much. The question is more of a PhD thesis. Yes, indeed, but I will try just to navigate through and give a number of opportunities that the East African region is having with the support of Germany and other partners. Now, I am always positive. I would start by potential. Our potential as the East African region relies first of all in our population. Now the region have been growing. It goes beyond what is geographically called East Africa. We are having now Democratic Republic of Congo with a population which can be roughly, I'm talking about East African community, and that is roughly 300 millions. So with that population, we have a potential, especially the young people. If at all we manage to train them, as someone used to say in a conference that happened in Bujumbura last week, it is gold on the bottom. And that gold, anyone, anywhere in the world is willing to get access to it. That's number one. Number two, our geographic situation, where we are. We connect inland to the Indian Ocean, and we connect inland to even Atlantic Ocean through Matadi ports, Mombasa here in Kenya, and Dar es Salaam. And that's a great opportunity for landlocked countries in terms of trade. It's also an opportunity, but again, I will talk about now infrastructure, because Germany also is supporting that particular area. If the infrastructure is in place, then the East African community can play a bigger role in the sub-Saharan Africa by only that unlocking of the landlocked country. I'm also going to refer to economic hubs and even technological hubs. Like this city here where we are sitting in Nairobi, I've been doing some research. It is sometimes referred to as Silicon Savannah in comparison to Silicon Valley. And you understand what it means for the whole region. A hub is a hub. It's meant to influence the whole region. So I think anything that we can do to advance technology is increasing the role that East Africa can play in the whole sub-Saharan Africa. And we also have a kind of advantage when you look at our regional integration structure. Actually, it is also documented that we are among the fast growing RECs in Africa. And other countries, other regions can really benchmark from us. I am not saying that it's all success, but at least we have managed to do it in a way that can inspire other countries. And I can also come back to my own sector, the higher education sector. In all RECs all over the African, sub-Saharan Africa, we are the best to have a coordination unit of higher education. The Inter-University Council for East Africa, which is a unique institution, being number one, an intergovernmental organization, getting that part of the government support, but also being a membership institution whereby universities apply after they have met a number of requirements. It gives us an opportunity not only to have that academic freedom of universities contributing to anything that we are organizing, but also using our decision-making process to be able to take any suggestion into policy that are implemented in our partner states. I'm also going to refer to peace and security. Of course, it was referred to as a challenge. Indeed, it is a challenge in the region, but from the history, any country that succeeded in this world went through hard times. But I believe it will be over soon. But again, countries from East Africa are peacekeepers elsewhere in the world. So as long as we have challenge, but we also have solution that we can also export elsewhere in the world, mainly in sub-Saharan region. I would also refer to a very important aspect that is tourism and conservation. When you look deep in our region, I believe we have the most attractive safaris. That is also a kind of potential that can really be put forward as we partner to make sure that it is well looked at and it is well used for the good. I will end up with the last one, which is our cultural diversity. For those who are not from this region, you can take time to move around and appreciate the cultural diversity. I'm not going into details because that is not my area of competence, but you can only appreciate by just getting a few information of what is published. I'm not sure if I have managed, but I tried. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So you're calling upon the region to leverage on our population growth. It's a golden opportunity that we're in. You're saying take advantage of technology for development in the region. Moving on to Dr. Akia, Africa has strong women, and women play a big role for families, for the economy, and also in the scientific sector. How do you perceive this when you think back on developments of the last decade?
Thank you very much. I must begin by saying where gender equality was before is not where we are now. Before, women historically weren't in boardrooms. I would not be seated right here speaking with all of us, many of us, all of us women would not be seated here. But look at what the transformation that has happened and how do we associate this to the different, because we're in a German-funded aspect, we're looking at how has the German government been able to help us bring about this transformation where women and girls are able to be in boardrooms, are able to have positions, are able to take up leadership positions, but also are able to participate in the day-to-day economic running of their countries and in their homes. It's fundamentally through education. Education is very key in transforming. I'll give an example. Our South African German Center of the Transcript Center on Transitional Justice was very instrumental in ensuring that majority, I think over 50% of the beneficiaries of the Transcript Center that did the LLMs and the PhDs were women. Women from East Africa, women from all over Uganda. And right now, all my colleagues who went through that program are director generals in their countries. They're holding very significant positions that is transforming their communities, transforming their countries, and ensuring that gender equality is continued to be achieved. And this is where I must maybe appeal to the DAD leadership, and I mean we're celebrating 50 years, and the Secretary General, you're here. Right now, the Transcript Center is now a research network and gives a huge opportunity for all the extraordinary and exceptional alumni to be able to participate in contemporary issues of international law. Right now, we are facing aspects of climate change. Who suffer most when the impacts of climate change happen? Women, definitely. The gendered impacts of climate change. And we're international communities having aspects of climate justice, the loss and damage aspect, where women need to be able to benefit. How can we tap into this research network to be able to use its exceptional alumni who have all the competence in working in all these contemporary issues, especially climate change and pushing for climate justice, to say how can we utilize maybe the women and both the men from the program to be able to push progressive legislation or policies that can address the gendered impacts of climate change. How do we explore the technological aspects? In Uganda and in East Africa, women are left behind when it comes to technology. How can we leverage on the exceptional alumni and build the research and the network from the current network to see how can we help Africa, East Africa, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Burundi, ensure that women have equal access to technology so that they effectively participate in the technological developments in their country, but also to encourage them to take up leadership positions, because the resource that we have in this alumni network from the Transcript Center is exceptional. When women take up leadership positions, we're going to see transformations, because women, it's judicial notice usually that when women take up positions of power, they often think about the nation as a whole. So how can we ensure that we tap into this very rich research network, and everyone here, because we are all distinguished professors, there are very many women here that the German government has supported through education and transformed their lives. If we had not had this opportunity to go to school, we'd be married. So many girls in East Africa getting married below the age of 10. I've interviewed girls who have gotten married at 8, at 7, and they don't have the opportunity to go to school. So in a nutshell, education through the German Foundation, through the German government, through the DAAD, and thank you, Dr. Beat, for organizing this and also for ensuring that leading the regional center up to now, because we are getting to explore and bring us together to brainstorm on how can we women who have benefited from the DAD program be able to transform and be in this current discourse. So my appeal in conclusion is I hope we can tap into this DAD network, the women especially, and of course the men, but also our research network from the Transcript Center to help informing legislation, policies at the international, domestic, and regional level to be able to progressively support women to effectively and meaningfully participate in decision-making, in economic transformation, climate change aspects, technology. Thank you.
Don't give out the mic yet. Dr. Akia, you're the Ugandan woman elected to the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. That's for the term between 2023 and 2026, making you the first Ugandan woman to hold this prestigious office. What exactly does this term mean to you, and what are you implementing, or what are your plans?
Yeah. Thank you very much. The CEDAW, depending on which jurisdiction one is from, the CEDAW is a treaty, the CEDAW committee is a treaty body based on the Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination. It was established in 1974 to get United Nations member states to develop different measures, policy, administrative, legislative, to address, to ensure that we promote women's rights, member states eliminate all forms of discrimination against women, but also ensure that there's a gender equality, that women have equal access to opportunities as men. The CEDAW, the CEDAW, it has 189 member states. Uganda, Kenya, all East Africa has ratified. The only countries in Africa that have not ratified this convention are Sudan and Somalia. This means, this puts an obligation on all member states who are, even Germany is a member state, and I must mention that in May, life came full circle when the knowledge and competence that I got from the transcript program, because we learned international human rights, we learned international law, I was able to apply this to evaluate the government of Germany. So what the CEDAW committee does is member states present to the committee on how they are implementing women's rights and eliminating discrimination against women. So Germany appeared before us in May, and I was very humbled because now I was able to apply the knowledge that I had learned in my LLM to evaluate Germany. I commended the government of Germany for its efforts, its feminist diplomacy. I commended the government on its efforts on contributing to the gender and impacts of climate change through its contributions to the loss and damage fund, and of course, aspects of climate change. So in a nutshell, but of course, I also had to provide recommendations to the government of Germany on how best it can effectively ensure that it promotes women's rights. In a nutshell, my role is to really monitor and work closely with member states to ensure that we promote women's rights, eliminate discrimination against women, but also ensure that men are brought on board to promote women's rights. So it's a very significant role because now I get to use my expertise. I work on climate change. I worked with IOM on aspects of climate change and mobility. I've worked with the UN General Assembly and the World Bank to address aspects of climate change. At the International Criminal Court, I worked on with the judges of the appeals chambers. And all this is the expertise I take to the table, that when I evaluate member states, I'm able to provide them with all the right information and the recommendations to better come up with progressive legislation, policies, administrative measures that can ensure that all the women and girls have equal opportunities to education, food, ability to farm, because as you know, in Africa, many women are denied the right to own land or to even own property. Even if they're the ones who grow all the food crops, the men come and take away the food crops and sell and get money. So it's really, there's a whole effect. So that's, in a nutshell, that's what I do, and that's the expertise that I use, that I got from the DAD program that is very beneficial for me at this global level.
So at this juncture, we'll have to excuse Dr. Akia. She has a flight to catch back home. We'd like to appreciate you. Thank you very much for your contribution this morning. Thank you. All right, so moving on, Professor Boga. In the area of international agricultural research, Germany uses an overarching multilateral approach. The background to this is calculations according to which global agricultural production must increase by 50% by 2050 in order for us to secure the world's food supply. Germany supports international agricultural research centers around the world. in developing sustainable and appropriate solutions for agriculture. These include 3 institutions that are headquartered here in Nairobi, including the International Livestock Research Institute, the World Agroforestry Center, and the International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology, ICEPE. How do you see the findings and products of this research coming out of these institutions contributing to improving the nutrition and livelihoods of many of our smallholder farmers here in the region? And what role does German support play in this?
Thank you very much. During the time, I've of course worked for many years with the DAD and Alexander von Humboldt Foundation because of the history in the university. That work is very critical because most of the graduates from especially the agriculture-related courses end up either in ICEPE or in ILRI or in ICRAF and other research entities, but also in the universities because the system has to feed into each other. At ICEPE, the program of APIS, which is DAD and supported, and is focusing mainly on insect science, has been there for quite a long time, producing a lot of graduates that are working across Africa, providing solutions. And ICEPE principle of approaching issues in a sustainable way, mainly tackling issues along agroecological approaches, not necessarily using chemical pesticides in the management of insect pests. I think it's something that is catching up and quite relevant, and especially here in Kenya, we have had 3 major invasive insect pests, like the fall armyworm was a new one that came in, and we worked very closely with ICEPE. And I know ICEPE was supported very well by the German government to develop solutions for the fall armyworm, which right now are applied across the board, including the so-called push-pull technique, which is ecologically more sensitive than just blowing pesticides at the pests. We also worked with ICEPE again around the locusts. When we had a serious locust invasion, I know also support came from GIZ in the control of those pest insects, and working with FAO, ICEPE, we developed solutions. And that was not only for Kenya, but also for the Horn of Africa, all the way up to Ethiopia, with a lot of collaboration from the German government. But internally in the ministry, we had quite a number of programs that were funded through GIZ, mainly to deal with youth. Youth is a big problem, so mainly to support youth to be employable, especially in the agriculture sector, and also around the topic of soil health, which is a major problem in Kenya because of soil acidity and the fact that our soil systems are not able to sustain productions. If I can give you an example of productivity in Kenya, you find that the yields for maize is around 1.5 metric tons per hectare, while US has a production of about 12 metric tons per hectare. So it's almost tenfold. Ethiopia has done very well, it's around 4 metric tons, so it's twice what Kenya is able to do. So, and most of the issues have to do with soil health, and those GIZ programs targeting soil health issues, especially in Western Kenya and county where productivity and the use of synthetic fertilizer has really degraded the soil. Other areas where we have really gotten the support, and it's quite significant, is technical and vocational training for youth, ATVET. It's quite significant. There is a big support to Bukura Agricultural College to train them, especially around the youth, especially around the milk value chain, all the issues in the milk value chain, all the way up to processing and post-harvest management. And of course, has been a significant partner working with the ILRI around food safety system, especially relating to animal products. So usually every 4 years or so, we negotiate the issues that we want to handle together, and most of it is science-based and with a view towards green production, use of renewable energies, but also sustainable agricultural practices among smallholder farmers, with a view of increasing productivity without harming the environment. I think this is a very important philosophical issue that we have been developing together over the years, and we continue to develop and bringing in the youth into the mix. To just conclude, I think the most important thing in this matrix, the focus on people. Because once the people are in place and they know how to reach out to each other and connect, it's easy then to come up with projects and develop them for the desired impact within communities. So I think the focus on people and the focus on exchange of ideas and people moving back and forth, learning new processes, has been instrumental in this. And we leveraged this very much, especially for the programs on dialogue, on innovation, on innovative education systems, to go and learn also from a systematic approach how to do certain things, how to run certain programs like research. I know in the evening, in the afternoon, we'll discuss research. There have been a lot of lessons from Germany on this, and I hope this will continue so that as we farm up our own systems by learning from those who are already doing it for many years.
Dr. Kai, the Federal Foreign Office finances the African Excellence African Centers of Expertise as part of the DAAD project funding. Could you kindly explain to us a little more about this program and also describe the impacts of these centers? Yeah.
Yes, of course. I think we already heard two very wonderful examples on how these centers work, and so I think I can make this rather short. The African Centers of Excellence were the first large program which the DAD implemented in order to facilitate this kind of institutional contact between universities here in the region or in whole sub-Saharan Africa and in Germany. And it all started in 2008. And the idea was from the beginning to define certain important areas, for example, sustainable agriculture, sustainable natural resource management, logistics, also education management. So we defined certain areas in which there is a heightened need for a better employability of young people. And so the centers then, so universities collaborated together and built up new curricula in the study programs. They provided special training offerings to students there, so that, that students who went through the program, and we heard it from Brenda how well this worked, students who went through the program were actually able to quickly get an interesting position in the economy and industry here, and to contribute at the same time to a sustainable development of different fields in which they would work. And so this is the idea of the center, of the African Centers of Excellence, and we were able to fund 10 of them all over Africa. And so we now get into a new phase, into a new period of funding, because the first centers now are kind of being terminated or develop themselves further into looser networks, which are only to a minor degree funded by DAD. But we are continuously thinking about how we can also bring new centers to life, so that because we've learned that this program has been so very successful that we do not want to give it up, and we are in continuous conversations with the Foreign Office about the possibility of continuing this kind of program.
So for this question, we're going to engage the audience. So here's how she wants. And the question goes to Professor Gasper. So the East African higher education region, the EU and Bologna process are a kind of role model. What does this mean on the way to a unified East African education space? And again, what role does Germany have to play?
Thank you very much for this very important question, which is taking me back then to my own area. I would wish to request how much time I have, because I can take a whole day for this. It's very important.
3 minutes?
No, I just make an appeal first, because 3 minutes will not be enough. Because I really wanted to take you back to history of where it started. How did DAD come to connect to East Africa and then make this collaboration moving forward? Back from history, it was a meeting that happened, a UNESCO meeting happened in South Africa. In that meeting, were in attendance the former executive secretary of Inter-University Council of East Africa, who happened to be a Kenyan, Professor Chacha, and also a number of stakeholders from higher education stakeholders from elsewhere in the African region. So, and that meeting happened after the regulatory bodies of higher education, that means currently what we call here in Kenya, Commissioner for University Education, Tanzanian Commission for Universities, and National Council for Higher Education in Uganda, they had signed a memorandum of understanding whereby they wanted to leverage on quality education to unlock the inter-university exchange. So now, in a networking session, the delegate from IUCA entered into contact with the delegate from DAAD. So they discussed, and eventually they agreed that DAAD can support East Africa to move in terms of quality assurance. Looking at what was happening there, remember, the debate on Bologna process has just started, and they were starting to implement it. So from there, DAAD organized here in Nairobi a high-level policy dialogue, and the PSCs and vice chancellors were in attendance. And DAAD organized even a study visit in Germany, whereby vice chancellors of main universities here in the region attended, and went back in 2006. Then they discussed about the first MOU to be signed between DAAD and the IUCA. Exactly, I have to say that we were inspired with what was happening in Europe through the Bologna process. Now, East Africa was not at that level of taking immediately part of that particular process. So there was a need for capacity building first. So now the first interaction with the DAAD started now with the capacity building programs, quality assurance managers, and then setting a number of policy and standard. And I can name a number of policy documents that came up through from that particular engagement. They are first of all what we call Roadmap to Quality. It's a very famous publication which is available on IUCA website, whereby they guide, it's 5 volume, setting the guidelines for the whole higher education management processes, starting from the assessing of the institution to be accredited up to the external and self-assessment. So from there, I come back now to the pillars of the two systems. The Bologna process was having as pillars a degree comparability. They were focusing first and foremost on quality assurance, on mobility of students and staff, on the 3-cycle training, which was not a problem here because it was already implemented, that the bachelor, master's and doctorate as the 3-cycle of training, but also on lifelong training, research and innovation, and on increased access to higher education and inclusivity. Now, when you look back to the pillars of what finally was defined here in East Africa through a long process of improvement of our quality assurance process and the frameworks in terms of qualifications, in 2017, the heads of state declared East African community as a common higher education area. And that common higher education area is having the same ambition as what is the Bologna process. We have an ambition of first harmonizing our education systems. That's the best start for them to be able to speak to each other and then allow free mobility. And we have quality assurance as well. We have credit transfer. And we have a student, staff, skills, and labor mobility as we implement what we call the Common Market Protocol, which is one of the pillars of the integration, the East African Community integration process. And last is the regional accreditation of program, and we have just started one. Now it is open for regional programs to come to IUCA for accreditation. So, having said that, we really benchmarked. And up to now, we still move the same way. Of course, we are having a challenge because there is a number of disparities in terms of picking up in different countries. We still need a number of capacity building activities to bring on board all the countries to be able to pick it up. We have a challenge in terms of postgraduate supervision, whereby we do not have a capacity to train a critical number of PhD holders, but through capacity building, we believe we can make it. And we also have, and I come back to what Dr. Kai said about the centers of excellence. We want to take advantage of those centers of excellence. There are those initiated by DAAD. We are also coordinating a number of centers of excellence funded by World Bank, and a number of TVET centers of excellence also funded by World Bank. We want to take advantage of those to be like training hubs, especially for PhD holders to be able to take over and then to be able to move the way the Bologna process is being moved today. Lastly, there is a kind of follow-up that happened in the European Bologna process. As a follow-up, they created a program, it is called Erasmus program. It's a good program that we are also trying to benchmark. We are willing to come up with a program which is not really similar, but from that one we customized a bit. We call it East African Community Student Mobility Scheme. We call it a scholarship, but it's not kind of scholarship. We have multi-holders involvement, whereby we want parents or guardians to contribute, universities also to commit to waive the fees, and then IUCA also to contribute and facilitate maybe research or transport, so that we can, at long run, also have it as East African Erasmus program. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So Kenya and its neighboring countries are emerging economies, and East Africa is increasingly establishing itself as an internationally oriented location for research and innovation. The higher education sector, for example, has been greatly expanded in the last decade. Where has Germany provided capacity in recent decades? And what is still needed? Professor Boga?
Yeah, I think Germany has done a lot. I'll give the example of the Semarem Center in Taita Taveta University. We went there 2007 to set up a mining school or mining education center. At that time, Kenya had 4 mining engineers. All of them retired, and we had to bring them back to start that center. And through the Harder Docent program of the DAD, I found an old retired professor called Volkmar Kreizig, who I met somewhere in a hotel in Braunschweig. And he just passed by just to meet me. We talk about this, and to get to know me and just to see whether we'll strike a rapport. And according to him, he said he liked the first interaction, and he just decided I'm going to come to Taita Taveta. And through him, we got a lot of colleagues from Bag Academy in Freiburg, Dresden, and Zittau. And they came in different fields. And we took students to Germany, to Freiburg, to Dresden, and to Zittau. And through him, he was quite a networker. He brought a metallurgist from India. I don't know where they had met, but he persuaded him to come and support the department. As we speak now, we have PhDs in mining engineering, PhDs in process engineering, more than we need, and most of them are now finding their way into industry. I'm always happy when I go to Base Titanium, which is the biggest mining company in Kenya, and it's located in Kwale. Every time I'm in the village, they're walking around in Ukunda. You find these young men who studied at Taita Taveta coming to tell me that I'm the process engineer at the Base Titanium. So that is the impact of just some of these interactions that we have had. And I believe there are many such stories. And I think this is important because we are here forever. I think we need to sustain this. The government of Kenya and other East African countries need to learn from this and set up their own complementary system so that we are not always the ones asking for help, but also coming in as equal partners. And I believe if Nakosti and the IUCEA, the National Research Foundations are able to learn from this system how to structure interventions to target specific areas, would be able to move much faster. And I believe strengthening these research supporting organizations and the organizations managing higher education, I see the Commission for University Education here. I think that goes a long way into creating a strong system which will support the economy. And I feel a lot has been achieved, but I think because of all these global challenges that are emerging, as well as the dynamic nature of the economy and the world with artificial intelligence, digitization, climate in crisis, all of this, the partnerships need to be always redefined. We always need to sit back and look at what is the future offering us so that we can continue marching ahead together. Thank you.
So, Dr. Kai-6, on to the same question, from where you sit, from your vantage point, where has Germany provided support and what do we still need to do?
This one? Yes. Maybe I will elaborate a bit on the question, what is still needed? I think the first point of focus would be that we try to engage the European Union more to take part in our endeavors that we do here in the region. So there are already opportunities, for example, through the Erasmus program, which you mentioned. Erasmus has now, or for 2 years now, has opened itself to the world, so it's no longer just an intra-European exchange program. It does offer strong components and offerings for global exchange as well. So it's also I would also like to encourage everybody here to contact your partners at German universities, because there are options to collaborate through Erasmus, which are already quite interesting, flexible, and also sometimes generous in terms of funding. However, I think there is still ample room for the European Union to contribute, to work together with us in order to build on projects like the centers that we installed. I think there is a high willingness on behalf of the member states of the European Union. Our French partners are here today, and I think they are also very committed to that. And I think it's our joint task to convince the European Union, the European Commission, to engage also in higher education collaboration in this area. So a second aspect now, again related to Germany, what is needed is German language training. I think there are many opportunities for students from the region to come to Germany, and in fact, German universities face a situation where the numbers of German students go down. And so German universities are open to provide capacities for international students. But the language barrier remains an actual barrier. And so the more language proficiency students have in German, the easier integration will be, and the easier the access to the German system will be. And so I think what is also still needed is an enforcement of German language training here in the region. And the last thing is, I think that over the past years, and I said this in the beginning, we have seen a massive extension of collaborative projects and funding. And I think that given the overall situation in Europe and in East Africa, I think it is important that we kind of come at least to a period of stabilization of what we have. I mean, you all know that I think that inflation is a big challenge for all of us. It's also in Germany and in Europe. It is a big topic, particularly in Germany and Europe. And it's also here, of course, a difficulty. And so there will be economic constraints to a further intensification of projects. So I think what we do need is to work hard so that we can solidify and stabilize what we already have. And as soon as the economy recovers, we can try to build on that and extend what we do together. But for the time being, I think it's a phase of solidification.
Okay. So to ride, and as we wrap this up, and to ride onto your comment regarding the language barrier issue, I'm just wondering, but what does DAAD do to aid this language barrier issue?
We train the trainers, I would say. So we do offer support for universities in the region which offer German language training or educate German teachers. We do this through, for example, lecturers whom we send here and to teach German language and to educate future German language trainers, teachers. And we also do it through online platforms through which we provide teaching material, which has been developed together between partners here and partner universities in Germany. And we start a new project very soon, which tries to even improve the quality by building networks of universities which teach German or which have a German language department. and German counterparts, so that there is even even closer collaboration, and the quality of the language learning is even increased. What we can do has also certain limits, because what is difficult to do is to send German teachers in big numbers to Kenya and neighboring countries, because we observe that worldwide there is a lack of language teachers. That what is not only true for German, but also for other languages. And it's indeed a challenge for us right now to find appropriate numbers of language teachers, even in Germany. And it's really a challenge to find enough who are willing to go abroad. So it's for us the way to go is to educate German teachers here on the ground.
Thank you very much. So to wrap this discussion up, and to the participants as well, kindly participate using the Mentimeter on this question. To all the panelists, Kenya and the East African states are important partners of German development cooperation. With close cooperation, especially in the fight against climate change and the promotion of youth employment. This is also reflected in the Climate and Development Partnership that was signed at the end of last year. What role does scientific and diplomatic political cooperation with Germany play in these issues? You want to take it?
Thank you very much. This is a very critical issue, and at our level, at the Inter-University Council for East Africa, we looked at it and we wanted really the researchers from our region to play a bigger role, because what we have seen is, especially in terms of regional integration, they were like not deeply involved. So we created what we call an East African Academic Research Network for regional integration that we do think will really focus on all those issues and advise. Number two, in our strategic plan, we also wanted as IUCA to play a bigger role, because we have noticed that, yes, we have a number of centers of excellence, but the culture of think tank is not that empowered in the region. So we wanted to create a kind of think tank at IUCA, whereby we were going to bring on board a number of experts in different numbers of areas. And we are targeting as a matter of priority agriculture and agribusiness, climate change, and peace and security. It's a kind of venture because we have never done this before, but we hope now to approach our partner for support in terms of sharing of experience, in terms of supporting experts that can support the whole process for us to be able to produce a number of policy briefs that will be forwarded to policymakers for them to make very informed decisions in those particular areas. That would be my submission on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I've spoken to this earlier, but what I can attest to is the fact that when in the Ministry of Agriculture, we developed what we called Youth in Agribusiness Strategy, and it was supported by GIZ, because they have this special focus on youth employability, and the agriculture sector is the sector that employs most Kenyans, especially in rural areas, almost up to 70% in rural areas, up to 40% nationally. And as the programs and projects are implemented, they have a way of supporting youth with funding, also financing them to be entrepreneurs and capacity building them into be entrepreneurs, mostly focused in the Western Kenya, but most of the lessons are applicable across the board. I've been in Tanzania, also working with the Ministry of Agriculture there now as a consultant. And I see almost similar programs also there being implemented, targeting youth, women, and mainly focusing on bringing youth into employment through agriculture. The Tanzanians will know that there is a program called Building a Better Tomorrow, and some of the partnerships are from the interactions with the German government. In the area of sustainability, climate change, environment, again, GIZ was a partner in the ministry for the soil health policy, which we passed, and basically how we handle our soil health issues, knowing that all production mostly happens in the soil, and the way we manage soil is critical. So again, technologies around adaptation so that people are able to adapt to climate change through irrigation, through efficient production, through better seeds systems that are probably maturing faster than normal because of the unpredictability of climate, but also mitigating so that learning through institutions like ICRAF and ILRI, better management practices, especially agroforestry, how to restore the land. One of the biggest projects that was supported by the German government is called SOCNOT, Southern Kenya, Northern Tanzania, which is covering all the way from the Mara, all the way to the Tsavo ecosystem and to Mkomazi National Park, integrating agriculture and conservation. And it's quite big, and it's not just government, it's communities, it's county governments, and it's agencies like WWF, which are also interacting in that space. And it was quite, for me, it was quite good because of the previous interaction with Germany. It was good to meet them in the Ministry of Agriculture, again, supporting a lot of work there, and it was easy working at that level on these two critical areas, youth, soils, and then the issue of environmental degradation and landscape restoration. Yeah, thank you very
much. Finally, Dr. Six.
Okay, I don't want to repeat what my two colleagues here said because I totally agree to that. I just would like to highlight that indeed both topics, sustainability and employment, are focus areas in which the German government engages very much. And so the foreign policy has also been developed into a climate-related foreign policy over the past years. And so I think there are many opportunities for the interaction between the diplomatic political level and the scientific level. And if we will have, these are the areas, I would say, where we do have chances to even intensify or extensify the collaborations which we already have. This morning, the ambassador mentioned a possible migration agreement between Kenya and Germany, and indeed it is an important task for the German government right now to kind of make skilled labor migrate to Germany and to fill the lack of skilled labor that we have here. And so this might also be a minor part of the solution to the unemployment problem here in the region. And but I think it is indeed sustainability and employment are the fields in which we can further collaborate in the future.
All right. I think that's a good point at which to end this discussion. And I'm told it's lunchtime. So the audience participated in the last question, and what do you have to say? So financing development, good policy support, allows exchange support, a policy-making role. I see financing development projects again down there, strategic leadership, improved development. I would like to appreciate your participation as the audience and the panelists as well. Asanteni sana. On to you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your wonderful words. I'm sure all of us have learned something. I want to thank you for actively participating. And now we want to thank, yes, thank you, moderator. Thank you, Ms. Cairo. Thank you, everyone. You can have a seat. So now we're going to lunch. We invite you to lunch at the Norfolk Hotel. Lunch is until about 1:15. The next presentations will start here at 1:35. I'm sure my colleague has distributed the lunch. She's distributed for you. In case you haven't received the tokens that she has for the lunch, please let us know. Thank you. See you at 1:30. to start. I just want to know if Dr. Eliud Musotsi is here with us. Okay. So our next session are presentations on the overview of the research landscapes. Have you ever wondered what kind of scientific landscapes or research landscapes exist in Germany, in East Africa, and what kind of research institutions we have or organizations, and what, for example, what are the most popular research fields? This and much more will be discussed in our next segment. And our speakers for this afternoon session are Anja Bengelstoff and Professor Henning Zeidler. So Anja Bengelstoff comes to us from DAD Nairobi. She's a program officer. And Professor Henning Zeidler comes from the Technische Universität or Technical University of Berge Akademie, Bergakademie Freiberg. Yes, he is the professor for additive manufacturing at the Technische Universität Bergakademie Freiberg. So I now call Anja to start us off with the discussions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Charity. As this is an event where we talk about research in Germany, I have the pleasure to give you a brief and very general introduction about the research landscape in Germany. Once I'm done, the actually interesting part starts. Professor Zeidler, we just spoke a little bit about what he's doing, and I think this is really interesting. So please endure the presentation of mine, because it gives a background that's actually quite useful to have. But then we get down to the really concrete and interesting research that he's doing. Okay, I suspect you cannot read this because I can barely read it from here. But these are basically facts and figures about Germany as a land of ideas. Germany has approximately 1,000 publicly funded research institutions, and Germany spends 3.2% of its GDP on research and development. This is quite a good number. I think African countries spend approximately 0.5, 0.8% of GDP on research and development. Germany has 736,000 staff in research and development, and 38,000 university collaborations with 163 countries. I will not bore you too much with numbers, but I thought this is quite interesting to know. So who does research in Germany? The expenditure by sector, unfortunately you cannot see this properly, but 2/3 of research expenditure are paid by the industry. Yeah, who these are, I will also get into that. 17% are spent by higher education institutions and 14% by the state. Yeah, but the vast majority of research expenditure comes from business and industry. So the pillars of the German research sector are therefore higher education institutions, non-university research institutions, and companies and industrial research. So Germany has 420 universities and other higher education institutions, of which 156 are entitled to confer doctorates. So this is particularly interesting for those who think about doing their PhDs in Germany. Not every university is accredited or capable of providing PhD training, but 156 are. At any given time, Germany has about 43,000 international students, who pursue PhD studies, and around 55,000 international academics. Wow. Okay, this not so fast. That's a bit difficult to see. I wanted to introduce the Big Four. The Big Four are the big four research associations or research societies in Germany that are non-university institutions. And we start with the Leibniz Association, which has 97 research institutes. Then we have the Max Planck Society with 86. Then we have the Helmholtz Society with 18. And finally, the Fraunhofer Society with 75 institutes. I think we can skip that. You will never remember that. It's also not important, but it is important to know that federal states in Germany also fund research institutions, that the lenders fund research institutions, and there are academies of science and humanities. So there's a large network of publicly funded institutions that are not affiliated to universities, but still engage in research. So the big four I just mentioned, I just want to briefly tell you what they engage in. The Max Planck Society does basic research in all scientific fields, and as mentioned earlier, there are 86 Max Planck institutes. The Helmholtz Society is the largest German research organization, even though they have a rather small number of institutes, but they engage in 6 research fields in natural sciences, biology, and medicine. Then the Leibniz Association focuses on natural sciences, engineering, environmental sciences, economics, spatial sciences, social sciences, and humanities, so quite a large portfolio. And the Fraunhofer Association is very application-oriented. So their research focuses on questions in business, industry, and society. So there we are at the 2/3 research funded by the industry and by business. So there are about 17,500 research companies, and the innovation driving sectors are pharmaceuticals, electronics, optics, automotive, architecture, engineering firms, laboratories, and the scientific research and development. So these are names that I'm sure are very familiar to you. Some of them have offices or even manufacturing plants in East Africa. So Volkswagen, VW, BMW, Siemens, Bayer, SAP, Merck, these are all examples of the fields I had just mentioned. So the research funding is provided by the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, DED, obviously, and the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, or German Research Society. The research performing institutions I had just introduced, and the private or public foundations that also support scientists are, for example, among others, the Fritz Thyssen Foundation, then there's the Stifterverband der deutschen Wirtschaft, and Volkswagen VW also has a foundation. So, this is an event of the German Academic Exchange Service, but I think it's never too late and never enough to point out what the DED actually has to offer, because every year, more than 111,000 scholars are funded across the world. 111,000. Yeah? So when they say the DED is the largest funding organization in the world, we are not kidding. So the DED budget in last year was 774.8 million euros. Scholarships and grants are available in all disciplines, and the DED has 68 offices worldwide, one of which just turned 50. I wonder which one that is. The Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, it's smaller but no less prestigious, I would say. They support approximately 1,000 scholars every year. Their budget is slightly smaller, 130,000 million euros, and there are more than 30,000 Humboldtians worldwide. One of them was Professor Hamadi Boga, who we met earlier. He was even the Humboldt ambassador, but I know there are more in this room. Can you just point out who is Alexander von Humboldt alumnus, alumna? There we go. There you are. Yeah? Okay. So the German Research Society funds research in Germany. So that means as a non-German research institution or university, you cannot apply to be funded by the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, but the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft gives funding to research organizations, to universities in Germany who can collaborate with research institutions abroad. So we have they have about 30,000 funded projects per year and a really, really big budget of 3.3 billion euros. So I promised it's quick and really to try an attempt to give you a broad overview how funding of research and where research is done works in Germany. So more information is available on the website of Research in Germany. It says research-in-germany.org. Yeah, so this is where you can also download resources, where you can find more detailed information, even for finding a supervisor in Germany or research contacts, and also more in detail about Germany as a research landscape. Yeah, that was it from my side. I had promised, now the actually interesting part comes from Professor Zeitler.
Habari Gani. Unfortunately, this is about the Kiswahili that I'm able to speak, but pleasure to be here. That's good enough. That's good enough for a start. All right, I'm working on that. Will you be able to start the presentation? Right, so you've given us a very hard task on entertaining you after a plentiful lunch. So I hope I can manage to keep you awake. As I'm a professor, it's very difficult for me to speak less than 90 minutes straight, but I'm trying to make that happen today. So until the presentation is loaded, I might also start introducing myself briefly. As was already told, my name is Henning Zeitler. I'm heading the chair of additive manufacturing in Freiberg at the university there, which is in the eastern part of Germany. And the university is already quite old. We are 258 years, a bit older than DAD East Africa, but we had a lot of DAD scholars and personally also at my department, so I'm very happy that I have the opportunity to speak today to you. Also, we had a few prestigious alumni. For example, as we spoke about Alexander von Humboldt, he studied in Freiberg, which is also quite known. Okay, there we are. Fantastic. So, as I promised, I will try to make it a bit more practical because I hope that you are interested in finding out how to collaborate in international projects with Germany and East Africa. So, after briefly introducing the university, I'll go down to a bit of the technical stuff. Don't worry too much. It's not going to be too boring. And then give some best practice examples on how we do our research on an international and national level. So as you can see, the office buildings are already quite old again. Yeah, go ahead. Like this? Perfect. Okay. So now let's work on this one. All right. This is our buildings. We have quite a few more of them. I don't want to bore you with this. I already mentioned that we're 258 years old, and it's a rather small university of about, give or take, 4,000 students and a bit less than 100 professors. Because Freiberg and Freiburg are two German cities that in English sound very similar, Freiburg something, it's always very important to point out where Freiberg is actually located. So in case you want to visit us, which I would really like to see, you will end up in the right place. So the arrow is indicating Freiberg, which is on a global perspective halfway between Berlin and Prague, on a local perspective between Dresden and Leipzig on the eastern part of Germany. I had really the coincidence that a friend of mine was telling me he was waiting for a train connection at the station and asking me for coffee, and I said, I can hardly believe that because the Freiberg train station only has one track. And it turned out that he was in Freiburg, which is somewhere next to the Swiss border, a couple of 100 kilometers away down there. So please, if you want to visit us, make sure you come to Freiberg. All right, I already told you about the university. It's called the University of Resources because we focus on, I don't know if it's actually possible to call it focus, but we work along the whole process chain from mineral exploration to getting resources from the soil, minerals, materials science, production technologies, and recycling. So along the circular economy. And we heard already today and yesterday that we have also collaborated with the Taita Taveta University to set something up like this here in Kenya a long time ago. All right, as I told you, I'm working on the additive manufacturing, and I'm wondering who of you knows what additive manufacturing is all about? All right, who of you has heard of 3D printing? Come on, there must be more than that. Yes, at least a few. All right, so additive manufacturing is just a broader term for 3D printing. So I'm going to tell you a bit of 3D printing, and since not all of you have heard of it, I'm giving you some examples to start off with. And because 3D printing and AM are covering a very wide range of applications, I'm trying to focus today on things that I hope are important to all of us, namely sustainability, circular economy approaches. So addressing some global challenges like climate change and scarcity of resources is also something we deal in the mechanical engineering, believe it or not. So this is what I'm talking about today, because we think there are also some opportunities in that. For example, developing technologies that can increase the efficient use of resources. Right, now I promise I will not bore you too much, but I need to tell you at least what additive manufacturing is, because not all of you might have seen it. You can see here on the right-hand side two technologies of 3D printing, one with metal on the top one, and one with ceramics or concrete, or as we will see, also bio-based material on the bottom. Top one is wire arc additive, bottom one is binder jetting. Most of you might be familiar with the paste extrusion or filament extrusion of polymers. Now, this additive manufacturing is a very wide topic, and AM is, well, considered a key enabling technology. This is why it's also quite interesting to us. And you see that there are a lot of different ways of doing AM, and that's about as theoretical as we get. Don't worry, I'll focus now on what we are doing. So along this process chain, we are working on technologies, we're working on materials, we're working on design. So you can also note that basically it's very important to work interdisciplinarily. And not only interdisciplinarily, but also interculturally and internationally, because this is an international topic. And while we do a lot of different technologies and technological approaches, as you can see here, some of them in the center, this is binder jetting of some grass. We have biodegradable parts here. This is surface post-processing of metal parts. We have filaments from recycled material. This is already what you saw, wire arc additive of metals. We also do materials testing, obviously. I'm trying to focus today on one specific area, which is bio-based materials. And bio-based materials, in our opinion, can really make a beneficial contribution to the circular economy approach because they regrow, they degrade, and maybe they could also limit the use of plastics a bit better. And nowadays, this picture of a peach is not really unintentionally there, because what do you do when you're finished eating that peach? You have a stone left, and that stone you throw away and it decomposes, which is fine. But if you consider this being an industrial process, at a factory that processes, for example, canned peaches, you will have millions of those peach stones every couple of days. And nowadays, these resources are not utilized. Mostly, if at all, they are burned for energy. So this energetic use And we think maybe we can do something more with that residue material, not only the peach, but we also did peach, but maybe we can use these new AM technologies with these new, which are in fact old materials. And this is what I want to tell you a bit more. So just a number of residue materials that we have already worked with, and some of you might see that they are both industrial and household residue materials, but for the time being we focus on industrial materials because we have a lot of material that we can handle there. So there's a lot of different things, from grasses to wood, seashells, lignin. I'm not going to tell you all of them, you can read them for yourself. But basically everything that is available at an industrial scale can be used. Now, nowadays, there's no way of putting these materials into existing machines because the machines cannot cope with those materials. So we need technological expertise to modify the machines. We need material science expertise to make those materials available or let's say beneficially usable in the machines, and we need to bring those people together. And not last, we need to have designers who know what those materials can do in their products. So we need to do a lot of technology development. One application that we did is, as you can see down here, this is binder jetting of a miscatus grass. This is a very fast-growing grass plant that you can find all over Germany and other places. And this material is typically used industrial for building insulation processes. And within this process of creating those insulation materials, the small dust particles are leftovers and they are burned afterwards. And exactly this residue material we can use in the printing process. And you saw here that we produced some, I don't know if you can actually see it, but you have to believe me that this is an adapted package that is used in an industrial casting process for complex shaped parts. And this package is printed out of the waste of another process, solely using bio-based materials, and it can be either put on the compost afterwards, or it could be even shredded and reused again. So this is one application, adapted packaging. You know, packaging is a major issue when it comes to, waste production. All right, so we're working on that, and as this speech is about research in Germany and international research, I'll try to show you how we go about doing research in Germany, how we do this internationally, and hopefully also igniting some thoughts of collaboration with you. So what we want to do is we want to have a part that's in the end biodegradable, so you don't have to have a huge landfill. You can just put it somewhere and it will decompose not in 25 years or so, but in a couple of days. So this is just putting this bit in water, and this is a real-time video, so within 15 seconds you can see it's already liquid. Now, while this is very nice for packaging, it's probably not so good for a building, right? So we have to, of course, adopt all those processes to the application that we're looking at. Some examples of short lifetime applications, which are quite feasible for this technology. And I always like the one up here. This is an architectural model, and the lifetime of an architectural model is anything between 30 seconds and a day, depending how much the customer likes it or not. But here with this, you do not have to worry about creating a lot of waste. You can just shred it, print it again, and reuse that. On the right-hand side, you can see this is a stage prop for theater. Also, this is quite nice, although these are all not large-scale examples, but some of them. All right. Now, additive manufacturing, 3D printing is in the media all over the place. It's a very hot topic, if you want. But from my point of view, from the perspective of research and development, we are still in the very beginning of developing AM technologies to be widely applied also in industry. And therefore, I'm considering additive manufacturing today in a way that we only see a very limited bit of the overall big picture. So now, how do we go along and find out more in terms of AM? Just to give you a number, if you consider a conventional manufacturing process like milling or turning, these have been around for more than 1,000 years and they're still investigated and adopted. And additive manufacturing was first used in 1982. So you see the discrepancy here, right? So we have a lot of work to do, and I invite you all to take part in that discovery. Now, research, we're talking about research. How do we manage to discover that? And this is something that we can apply to all disciplines, I suppose. Well, first of all, we need somebody who discovers things. Now, it's great if we have one discoverer who goes somewhere and sees new islands or whatever, but if he never returns and tells anybody, it's no use. So we also need somebody to report his findings so that somebody else, a larger group, can actually use them. And then it only works out if somebody actually tries to put this in something applicable, something down-to-earth, usable. So this is what we want to do, and how we are doing this is what I'm going to give a few examples of. So discovery, clear, this is fundamental research. It can be top-notch science research, it can be applied research, but we need to find some things. Education is crucial to that, and I'm very happy that with the DAAD we have a tool, all of us have a tool to work on the educational topic, because we need to spread the knowledge, otherwise it will just not be used. And then, of course, we need to get it out of the Nairobi Tower, no, the ivory tower of research, but we need to get it into the industry, and this is something that we tackle both ways, once with applied research, jointly with existing companies, and by fostering innovative startups from research into small companies. And this is also something that I think could be quite feasible for an East African perspective. Now, this table, I think, you know, there will be a small test afterwards, so please learn these by heart, and I will hand out the examination forms later on. No, this is just something to show you that there is a lot of different funding opportunities within Germany. It's nothing that you need to learn or something, but what I want to show you is that they are, first of all, on several levels. So we have both state funding, we have regional funding in specific areas, we have federal funding, and we have a lot of international funding opportunities. And I think this is also something that could be considered useful for the East African region, to have several levels of funding activities, also with very different partners. You can see that we have a lot of partners in industry. HE is higher education abbreviation here, so we have industry collaboration with higher education as one of the main pillars. Now, why am I saying this? It's because, and this is now unfortunately here on the side of the screen, but many of these are actually open for international collaboration. So although they are funded by the government or the EU, many of them allow participation of international partners. However, not all of them receive funding from Germany or the EU. But in general, it's most of the time possible, if there is another funding body in that particular country, for example, to work jointly on a topic and have a really strong collaboration. Also, this might be something, I don't know who of the government or funding organizations of East Africa is present, but this might be something that could be a bit moving forward, to have such programs. For example, within Europe and also internationally, there are countries that are teaming up for specific research topics, where each partner is funded from its regional government, and they're collaborating on one specific topic. There are several of these funding programs, for example, the CORNET and the ERA SME and so on. So maybe this is also something we could consider for the future in collaboration between Germany and East Africa. Right, now you all learned that now by heart. This is an example of some of the projects that we are doing at my department at the moment. So it is a map of the world, as you can see, and I just selected the international projects and the funding agencies behind these projects. And you will note that there are quite a few targeting here. Where's the mouse pointer? Well, anyway, down there in the middle is Kenya. So we do have, I think, 3 active collaborations with Kenya, funded partially by the European Union, for example, the Erasmus Plus grants, which already been mentioned in the morning, which are a really nice tool to send staff in both directions, on scientist level, but also on student level. A very nice tool. I can only recommend applying for this one. We have a DAAD funding. We have a DAAD combined BMBF, which is the German Ministry for Research and Science Fund, which I will present a bit later, the project jointly with JK UAT here in Juja. And we also have, in the application stage at the moment, a proposal of on an international level funded by the DFG from Germany and the National Science Fund in Canada and the UK counterpart. So 3 funding agencies joining for one research topic that's located in Kenya. So there are a lot of different options, and maybe some of these would be interesting for you. If you want, I can give you more explanation on each of them if you want. Now, what I wanted to do is, I told you that we have this applied research, we have the fundamental research, we have the spin-off bit of research, and I wanted to give you one example each. Maybe, I don't know if we have enough time, maybe I'll skip one, with a context to the topic of renewable materials. So I'm starting with the one that we have just been applying for. It's not yet granted, so if anybody from GFG is here, please tick that box. But we just applied last week as a joint project between Crandall and Lincoln and us in Freiberg, and JKUAT here, and two companies in research institutes in Kenya. Oh, yeah, this is my second bit of Swahili, actually, of Kiswahili. So let us use cactus, because the cactus is an invasive species here that is not put to use, and we are trying to find out a way to use this both for nutritional purposes and as a raw material for production, with the target of implementing this in the communities, so having a low-key approach, as we also talked about in the morning, that can be used locally, with local resources, by local people, creating local benefits, with the aid of international partners who team up to do that here. So this is a project that we are applying for, and there are some of those available. So on all different topics, I'm quite sure there are international calls for proposals open. So typically such a project takes about 3 years, has a budget, depending on the funding agency, anything between 10,000 euros to 600,000 euros. This sum is somehow in between. We have 3 principal investigators that basically all have a connection to Kenya and selected Kenya to be the role model for this approach that we are doing here. Again, if there are any questions later on, I'm very happy to answer those. So another one that is, so this was basically my example for fundamental research, right? We need to find out details, very theoretical, a little bit of practical, but it's fundamental research. If we go to applied research, this is a German project where we have typically a consortium of university research and companies. And this is something that we found very, very fruitful, very beneficial, because you have both perspectives. You have the perspective of the end user who wants to save or earn money, and you have the perspective of the scientist who wants his or her results to be used. And I'm not sure if this is actually available in Kenya, but if it is not, I would really suggest that approach to be considered. Now, this is a project jointly with 2 universities, the University of Chemnitz, the University of Freiberg, and 2 companies that are from the packaging and chemical industry sector, where we developed a process to utilize the packaging producer's waste for its own packaging. So if you think of a cardboard box, that producer or that company, Richter and Hess, there produces cardboard boxes. So those are cut, folded, and shipped away. Now, typically, such a cardboard box, if you purchase any electronic device, has some styrofoam inlet that package the electronics, like not only the cardboard box, but there's some insert into that cardboard box. And this is so far not recyclable, and it's quite, well, bad. Now, what we are doing in this project is we're taking the cut pieces, basically the dust that is created by the cutting process, use this as a raw material for binder jetting, for additive manufacturing, and print those inserts from the waste of the company. So that the company now is able to deliver a package, including the insert, without having to purchase the styrofoam parts, the styrofoam material from outside, so it saves money on that. It saves money because it does not have to get rid of its own waste, because it's using that for the insert. And even more beneficial, it's a one material product now, which is much easier to recycle. In Germany, that's also an economic benefit because it is lower on taxes if it's only one material and easily to recycle. So it's basically, I don't like that, but it's a win-win-win situation, as we call it. But anyway, it's good for all sides, and it really makes a difference. And it's quite simple to implement, too. So trying to find new applications here really worked out. Of course, we needed some development, and this is where the other company comes in, to find a binder, basically a glue for those paper particles that is also biodegradable, because it's no use if the paper is a waste, but we are then using polymers which are not decomposable. So here this company developed a resin, or glue if you wish, based on wood, on wood resin, which is also biodegradable, and both now have a use case. They can sell more products, they tap into new market areas, and it's even, and this is also very good, more economically friendly. Right, so this was my example for an applied research with industry, and I promised to speak about what we're actually doing here with Kenya. We have a project that's called SustainAM, Sustainable Additive Manufacturing, if we wish. The long title is about 2.5 lines, and I'm not able to recite that by heart. But what we are doing is transferring the knowledge that I just explained using local residue material to the Kenyan landscape. So we were looking jointly with the partners of JKUAT to see what are the materials that are leftovers in industrial production and agriculture here, and then figured out ways to use these in additive manufactured products. And there's quite a variety, and I'm very happy that we looked into so many different things that, like for example, coffee husks, coconut husks. I'm very happy that we looked into water hyacinth, which, as you know, is a menace here. It grows on all the sweet waters. And we can take that, dry it, chop it up, and use it as a printing material, which is then also biodegradable. So it's also something that might be very beneficial, not only on the ecology and economy, but also at the local scale, because maybe it's now an endorsement for those people to get rid of this water hyacinth from the water. Right, we looked into different technologies to adapt that. And we also, and this is very important, looked into ways of communicating this into, well, people, to enabling people to use this. So as this is a project, you might or might not see it, which is half funded by the Federal Ministry of Science and Education in Germany and half funded by the DAAD, it both has a part in science and research and a part in education and qualification. In this case, we are having joint schools, alternately in JKUAT here in Juja, or JKUAT, I'm trying to do JKUAT now, JKUAT here and in Freiberg. So we have staff from JKUAT coming to Freiberg, working on our workshops and our laboratories. With the funds from the both funding agencies, we had the chance to set up a lab of additive manufacturing excellence here in Juja that has at least partially the same machines that we operate in Freiberg, so that the staff that we invite to Freiberg learns at these machines and can then teach the students and the same machines here, which is very, very beneficial. We have schools for master, bachelor, and PhDs here in Juja twice a year. And it's a very, very nice collaboration. I can only invite you to do something like this or to see how we go about with that. So this is something that we do here. I'm not going to bore you with the work plan, but telling you that it's basically integrating educational issues and scientific research issues. And you need to do this not only within half a year's project. This is something that typically runs for a couple of years, and we're quite happy to have that funding for 4 years, which is unfortunately quite rare. But yes, we are now trying to get that also into continuation mode. By the way, this is a topic that we're also investigating a lot in Germany. So if any of you is interested in obtaining a PhD by a DAAD scholarship here, please feel free to approach us. We are more than happy to discuss that with you. We already have some, but that would be giving enough, which you then also hopefully can apply here in Kenya once back. Now, this is an example. I think this is last year's school, so we addressed here master and bachelor students mostly. Happy faces. A lot of them have visited us later on in Freiberg, and I think it's very, very important to well, not only, as I said, do research, but also distribute the knowledge and spark interest. And all of those girls and boys were really, really well, active and keen on doing that. It's really something that worked out very nicely. All right, so much on this project. There's more information on the website, both on JKUAT and ours, if you want. Feel free to get into that. Now, one example for transferring research knowledge into industry to enable an uptake in economy is what we call a living lab. This is something that we also work with. We have an open lab, if you wish, with technology, and we invite SMEs, mostly small business, small and medium-sized, but mostly small enterprises to come, brainstorm if some of the activities we are doing might be interesting for a future product of them, and then they can have us try out their well, future things. So they don't have to invest into machinery before they know if it's working. We can develop this for them, and then once it's proven to work, we say, okay, now you need this, 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 and this, and then they can work with this one. So also this living lab is something that we like to do. So you can see here a few of the images, a few of our staff members working there. And this is again binder jetting on sustainable renewable materials, mostly from agricultural and industry waste. And also here the networking is important because farmers don't know that their residue material might be usable to a technology provider who's doing injection molding somewhere else. They never meet, not even talk. So our main theme is also to get them to talk, to help them to know that they might be useful one for the other, and to foster this regional collaboration. Okay, I also, and this is the last slide that I'll be doing, since I think we are all waiting for a coffee. We also work to get research into industry by creating spin-offs. I like that, but it's also the fact that I'm always losing 4 brilliant staff members once they found their own company. Nonetheless, I brought you 2 examples. So this is just ongoing. You can see 4 engineers of my department on the right-hand side who just founded a company for post-processing of metallic additive manufactured parts. And this is a German funding scheme called Exist, which is really, really nice. I don't know if something like this exists here, but maybe also this might be triggering some interest. It fosters research transfer into your own company by funding the payroll of the founders for 18 months, typically up to 2 years, that they can, in this time span, set up the company, start already getting contracts with potential buyers. So really operating the company without having the risk of going bankrupt in the first couple of months. So their income is basically secured for 2 years or for 1.5 years, up to 2 years, and they can concentrate and focus on creating the company, creating their business model, and then after 2 years they're basically set free. All the knowledge is transferred from the universities, all the patents and everything goes to the company so that they can really work with the research they created themselves earlier on. And this is, I think, a very, very good thing because it creates the ability for them to be self-sufficient on their own research. And what better motivation could you have than to know that this will be your own income generator and not only a certificate somewhere. Right, so this is something that is ongoing at the moment. Very important is that last bullet point, which is a large investment grant. In mechanical engineering, if you want to buy a machine, that's hugely expensive, and if you found a company, that's not possible to buy that. Here, there is a sum of 250,000 euros investment included, which is, well, that's the boundary, right? But a lot of money that you can use to buy machines and then really start off producing afterwards. And that this works out is another example. That is the company Additive Drives. We spun off 2 years ago now. They are 3D printing electric drives to make them much more efficient based on pure copper, and they are now basically in all, top-notch applications of electric drives you can think of. There are now 70 staff with a turnover of I don't know how many millions. So it works out, and this fostering spin-off is also something that I can only advise you to consider if possible. All right, I think that would about it. Yes, last slide, very important, education. I pointed out that we want to qualify the students not only in theoretical knowledge, but also in application. And for this, we try to get them in touch with a lot of processes in a hands-on experience. And this is why you see on this, I don't know if you can see it, but this image shows you a very reasonably small room with a lot of small machines. So these are mostly desktop machines, not the industrial scale machines. And why do we use these? Because it's important to make mistakes. And this is what we use these machines for. The students get sent to the lab very early on to use the machines, to work with the machines. And this works best if the machines don't cost $2 million. Because then they will have 2 years before they are allowed to switch it on for the first time. Here, they can work with it, they can make their own mistakes. And this is, I learned that is very, very good because they identify and you learn by making mistakes, and this is what we want to enable them. And this very, small and not very nicely looking quarter here, this is a so-called cross-lab project where we allow this also for students who are not physically present. This is a machine additive manufacturing control thing, basically a robot that operates a small printer, a small milling tool, and a microscope and a camera. So the students, even from abroad or from wherever they are, can virtually, so online, control that robot to work with the machines. And not just run a program, but really work with the machines. Also, the machines fail, and the build jobs fail, and they will have to find ways of working with this. So even if you cannot set up a lab in every single building, you have the opportunity to grant access to that from a distance. All right, so that should be it. We do have bachelor and master programs in additive manufacturing, and we would like to do these in English too. At the moment, they're only in German, and we discussed in the morning that it would be nice to have some English taught subjects, or at least actually course programs, which is quite difficult on a bachelor level. So at the moment, we're setting up an English master of additive manufacturing. Maybe this is also something we can do jointly with the curriculum building activities of DAAD. And in the future, we're also looking into English taught bachelors. Not at the moment, but they are. Actually, we were the first in Germany to do this, so I'm a bit proud to say that. Okay, good. Now, thanks for that. I want to say that we need to work interdisciplinarily on that, and I know not many of you are mechanical engineers, which is not a problem to me, but of course, we need engineers, social scientists, we need chemists, biology experts, all of them to work jointly on that topic. Right. And wrapping up, that means we have a very diverse landscape of research in Germany, as I wanted to show you with some examples. I think what's very good, what's nicely working out is a combination of fundamental and applied research with qualification. We do already have international collaboration beyond just qualification, so there's also the opportunity to do research together, and I'm very much inviting you to do that. And maybe if we can find ways of locally adding the counterpart to do bilateral research programs as we do in Europe, that would be fantastic. Right, and I would be very happy if that is not only something that you now know and go about, but this is something that really makes us work together, not only with myself, but with all who are here and not here. Right, okay, thanks very much. And if there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
We're now taking questions from the audience, if anybody has a question. Okay. Yes.
Hi, thanks so much for that. Yeah, it's me. The great talk. I think there's always a new person in Rome. I didn't know about AM. So my question is about the sustainability of the whole process if you adapt bio-based material as your raw material. So in case, for example, the water hyacinth becomes very successful and your end product becomes a good business model, is there a risk that farmers will prefer to grow water hyacinth if it gives them more money than fish, and then you have now food, you affect the SDG for now food security? Or if the cactus now brings more money than maize, is there a risk that then I need money in Kenya and this is more lucrative? Is there a risk that now they might prefer to go for this other stuff? If, for example, making use of my farm byproducts as for AM gives me more money, is there a risk that now instead of using it as organic manure, I would rather than sell it? And what does that do to soil fertility and food security?
Yeah, very, very good question. And this is exactly why we have to work interdisciplinarily, because honestly, I do not know that. I'm a mechanical engineer. I want to know a lot of things, but this is beyond my knowledge. But luckily, we have partners who know about that. So within the first project that I was pointing out, this Tutumia cactus, There are agroeconomists, and there are people from biology, there are people from social scientists to exactly address these issues, because we know this is a risk. And one approach that we already do is we try to show that these technologies are not only feasible for one specific material. In fact, I would like that, but this is a technology development goal, to have the AM technologies very, very flexible in terms of raw material intake, so that we are not only using the water hyacinth exclusively, but you can use basically a lot of things that are somehow similar to these properties. And that makes this risk, I think, a little bit lower. But of course, it is something that needs to be considered. Personally, I hope it will not move into that direction, because there's a lot of the raw material there, and probably even with the best expectations, the demand side will not grow that extremely in the coming sectors. But yes, this is definitely something that needs to be considered. No further questions? All are looking for coffee, right? I get that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zeidler, and thank you, Anya, for the presentations you've made. We had one more person to present to us the East African research landscape. Unfortunately, he's not here, so we can't hear that presentation. Since there are no further questions, our next session will be a panel discussion. But before that, I just want to draw your attention to some research that we've hung on the walls. One of them was stated by Professor Zeidler. It's about the Sustain AM project from JQuat. It's one of the scientific or researchers that have given us info, and we're able to print that for you. So many of them are at the back. I can see two here at the front. So during the break, after the next session, you will have the chance to go and have a look at them. Also on the walls, we have some profiles of DAD alumni, so feel free to also have a look at them. Gone? Okay, thank you. The next panel discussion is about East African-German relations and how do the changing geopolitical realities shape our relations. For this, we have about 4 panelists. I hope they're all in. That is Godfrey Mwapwembwa Akagado. I'm sure you've read about him in the newspapers. You've seen his cartoons. He's an editorial cartoonist, a TV producer, and Buni Media co-founder. Then we have Dr. Benedict Erfurt, senior researcher and project lead, inter and transnational cooperation, and IDOS Megatrends Africa. Then we have Ambassador Moi Lemoshira from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs of the Republic of Kenya. And last but not least, we have Professor Hirut Voldemariam, an alumna and a former Minister for Education from Ethiopia. I call the panelists to the front, and we will also have a moderator. The name is Professor Karuti Kanyinga from the University of Nairobi. Are they all in? Yes, thank you very much. Kindly have a seat. Just let me get, he's the... Okay. I'll now give out the floor to Professor Karuti Kanyinga from the University of Nairobi to take us through this session.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon again. I was seated at the back, and I don't think the sound was very good, but that's the nature of German-Kenya cooperation. I hope so. The sound will become audible as we look at the relationship between East Africa and Germany during this particular panel. My name is Karuti Kanyinga, as we have been told, and we have got a very interesting panel today to think about what is it that we can bring on the table, all of us, German, East Africa, together. What is it that we can do in the changing realities of the world today? We have a new world order determined by different events. The world has become quite interconnected. In fact, boundaries make no sense today if we have got to think about what netizens do. Kenyan citizens today, or through Twitter or X, or Facebook, can change events in Germany. Germans can change events in Kenya simply because the world has become very interconnected. What is it that we can learn from these changing realities? And what is it that we can do better as East Africans and Germans? How can we strengthen our relationship, not only in research, not only in trade, but through new forms of cooperation? What is it that we can exploit and do things in a better way? And looking at that, and what we have done over the last 50 or so years, what lessons can we exploit for the future? I'll be throwing some of these questions to the people at the back, so be prepared. There will be an exam at the end of it. Because this is a university, and you can never leave the university without an exam. So pick your paper very carefully. There'll be an exam, and someone will be marking. Christine has agreed she will be marking, and please bear with us. We have a very good panel here. We have got Gado for East Africans. I think Gado is very familiar with all of us. He's a renowned cartoonist. His cartoons used to lead in policy discussions, even in cabinet. He doesn't know. Cabinet sometimes would discuss him, depending on what he has done for the day. Who has he drawn? And we shall ask him actually to give us a very good painting of how East Africa and Germans can cooperate in the future, in the new. But we won't ask you to draw, just demonstrate by heart. Gado is very well known in East Africa, in Africa actually, very well known because of his rich context of explaining things in a manner that all of us can understand. And we hope through these discussions, we are not going to listen to you, we are going to demonstrate things by heart, and then we can understand it better. Then we've got another friend of ours, Benedict Aforth. He's the Megatrends Africa project leader. His research focuses on sub-Saharan Africa and particularly on EU development policy. And you have got this bios in your folder, please. You can see it very clearly. Please, if you have got any questions that will not be, start writing questions that you like the panelists also to address at particular times. We shall be coming back to you. Then we have got Ambassador Lemoshira, our friend again, who is a career foreign service officer, working in the Director General's office in the State Department for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs in Kenya. His areas of expertise include foreign policy and national security, regional politics, and global power. That's the best person to tell us how Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and the whole of East Africa can cooperate with Germans with Germany and get the best out of that relationship? How do we conquer the world if we join together? That's what I'll be expecting from you. Sorry. And then we have got Professor Irut Wadman. I think she was introduced earlier. She is an Ethiopian writer, teacher, politician, and former minister in the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, Minister of Culture and Tourism. I can't read that CV. It's long enough. You know that we have got the right people for this particular session. And the answer that lies here, the answer to the big question of what is it that we can reap in terms of relationship between East Africa and Germany lies with this panelist, this group of eminent East Africans, experts, ambassadors. Let me begin perhaps before even we proceed with the panel properly. Let me just draw a question to each of them and see how it comes out before we get into details. We are in a new world order. There are new realities. How can we face this new world order where China is a new king in the block? And by the way, on a very serious note, Kenya's per capita income was higher than China in 1991, right? But now China is 18 times than Kenya. But that's a story for another day. They will answer those questions later on. But we have new realities. What did we do as East Africans in terms of cooperation with the Germans in order to adapt to these new realities? Ngado, can you draw a cartoon on that? Thank you.
I think I've done so many drawings on that I've exhausted my my creativity. First of all, thanks for the invitation to DAAD. It's an honor, and as a Tanzanian, I think I feel honored because my German roots are much deeper.
Actually, he's a Kenyan, he's not Tanzanian.
But I think I would like to start by saying I was a little disappointed when I read the brief of this panel. And the reason being that I'm a little bit biased, but I think when I looked at the brief, the discussions left out something very important. And I think I would like to start with that from the very beginning. It talked about, we can look at climate change, we can look at, technology and all these big topics, food security, but there was no mention of the creative sector. And I would like to start with that because that is very prominent in everything we do from the policy level, government papers, and so forth and so forth. And I want to start with that simply by saying that I think the omission of that is always problematic. I think the creative sector, not the creative industry, because I'm referring to a sector that has not developed. I mean, for you to be an industry, you have to be making a lot of money. And I think I would like the German-East African relation to relook at that the creative sector is always the soul of any nation. And I think it is also the catalyst of all these other sectors, whether it is you're talking of technology, whether you're talking of climate change, whether you're talking of innovation. I think the creative sector is at the center of that. And I think our policymakers always forget about that. And I think that is a sad reality. We have to deal with it. I think a lot of people are talking of China. They are always talking about when it comes to the amount of concrete that they pour. But the truth is also the Chinese are investing heavily in the creative sector. Kenya is the only country, or East Africa, we are the only countries where we start discussing the pros and cons of science and the arts. It's ridiculous. There's no this or that. They have always been hand and glove in terms of human progress. And so I think I would like to challenge our policymakers today to relook at that. because I've seen these discussions in schools and so forth. There is, as we talk today, there is a huge talk of AI and what it can do. Well, at the very center of AI are issues of ethics, are issues of humanities, and so forth. Those are, belong to the creative sector. So we need to relook at that, and I hope the German-East African relationship can look at that. I think to wrap up, is always interesting when I hear policymakers and academics talk about the creative sector. They always treat it like, in terms of, you will hear words like talent, and you'd hear words like, it's almost like, let's talk about the economy, and then we can go back to these creative people and figure out what exactly can we do with them. So it's a problem, and I think it is in our structure, it's in our education system, and I think we need to relook at that if actually we want to make these significant and big leaps. Not only in terms of the relationships with German, but actually if we want to make global relationships. And I think there are quite a number of, we don't need to reinvent the wheel when it comes to this. There are examples, very good examples that we can look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gado. People at the back, you'll tell me whether you want people to stand so that you see them or they get seated here. It's upon you. If you want rights, you say they stand up, but I'll let you to decide on that, right? You'll tell us what you want at the back. But let me go to Ambassador Moi Leshurma. Where can we relate better as East Africans and Germans to conquer the new realities and the challenges that we are experiencing? We have been told to focus on creative sector. We've been told that that's a new area we need to start thinking about. Ambassador, given your experience, where do you see us the best opportunities for us to be in?
Thank you. This is Gado's work. He's made sure that my microphone is off.
Yes, you see?
It's very creative. If there was a candidate to stand, it must be me, but because I'm not that very tall. But let me just first thank DAAD and the German Embassy for this opportunity. I also want to appreciate that it is very timely, the conversation we're having now. But you put us in a very hot spot to justify our understanding of the future. Before I make comments about where we need to go, I would like to make some illustration. Whether you look at Eastern Africa from the worst perspective, as a sea of turmoil, or whether you see the East African region as an expressway to prosperity, Germany has remained a consistent, reliable, and a friend of this region. That is our experience as Kenya. So as we discuss on the future of these important relations, it is important to record this appreciation and our recognition of the consistency of Germany as a friend of the East African region. In my view, I think the conversation of the way to the future should begin with identifying who we are. 60 years down the line, East Africa was a very small region. In fact, if you look at the correspondence and the communication for this event, in some areas it's called East African, in others it's called Eastern Africa. And those are very different, diplomatically, politically speaking, those are different regions. The East African is the East African community, which of course after the joining of DRC has become an enhancement. But from the African Union perspective, and in fact from a global diplomatic presentation, the Eastern Africa is a grouping of 14 countries. This is where we need to start the conversation. Germany has a leverage, has a leeway to look at its partnership within this region from a wider perspective, beyond the East African community understanding. That is number one. Because where you have more countries, there are more opportunities. We as Kenya, as East African community, are looking at our region from a wider perspective. The challenges that we see, we experience the East African region, the wider region are similar. Aspirations for sustainable development are similar. And I think it will be good for our good friends in Germany to also look at their strategy from that wider perspective. That's number one. Number two, we have a narrative, the African narrative. Africa is of age and mature to determine its priorities in sustainable development and to give a voice on Africa's issues to the extent of offering solutions to global challenges. We will discuss more, but I think all of us remember the outcome of the recent Africa Climate Summit. I see Professor demanding the mic back, but I must say that there are two critical elements which I hope we'll discuss in this. Number one is the democratic dividend. Where does democracy take us on the way forward? How do we improve political transitions in our region? How do we make the people, the citizens, more participatory? And how can we determine our policies as prescribed by the needs of our societies? Finally, our relationship with Germany has to focus on widening the net of prosperity, investing in younger people. That is one of Africa's largest resources, the young people. How do we make sure that a partnership between Germany and the East African region is pro this very important population in our region? Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think he's brought some two new insights that I had never actually seen. That there is good in a relationship to be consistent. That a partnership that is consistent in what people do is better. And then broadening the focus of this particular relationship also matters. Let me hear from Ambassador, from Professor Hirut as well.
Thank you very much. And thank you for having me in this panel, Beata. Well, of course, this new world order, the issue of new world order, has been an issue of discussion and debate across the world. So I'm glad you brought it here also with the Deade family. So the thing is, I think whether we like it or not, it's there already. It's there, and we have to deal with it. The sooner, the better. And if we have to compromise rapidly for and future for all of us. I mean, with the rising of China, India, and others, this Asia-Pacific countries, influencing the market, influencing, the economy, the politics, and so on, that's becoming visible. We can't avoid it, It's there, it's felt. So, I mean, if you go to East Africa, of course, to Ethiopia, the infrastructure development, investment, the trade has been controlled by Chinese, even currently science and education sector. People in Ethiopia, the well-to-do, they started sending their kids to China for first degree, because they say, Chinese are doing well, they're good with engineering, infrastructure, and so on. So let our kids also get that kind of skill and knowledge kind of attitude with the Confucius institutions here and there, with yoga and so on. Also, there is a kind of cultural, imposition. Cultural values are also being imposed. So the thing is, there is kind of change in the power balance from west to east, kind of. What shall we do? It's a good question. I think, first of all, with Germany. I mean, Germany has been working with East Africa and the whole Africa for so long. We have already this capital, political and social economic capital. if you see Ethiopia, we started relationship with Germany in 118 years old relationship we have. 118. We are going to celebrate the 120 in the coming couple of years. And Emperor Haile Selassie took a visit of Germany in 1954. So, I mean, we have a long history, long foundation, and positive attitude towards Germany. And with this humanitarian aid, development cooperation so far, I mean, wonderful history and background and experience. So we can use the market, we can use the resource together, and Germany is wonderful with its technology and science innovation, and contributing to the global challenge like climate change and so on the front. And Germany is also the fourth economy globally with a robust political system, and also everywhere in the big international affairs. I mean, key player in European Union. So there is a huge potential for us to get together and then compete with the new powers. But not only that, I also feel like we need also to accommodate the new powers, to embrace them, to adapt to each other's interests, with mutual respect and kind of attitude, and then work at the multilateral platform together for, in order to address this global issues like climate change and so on. So we can work together. We can develop new positive attitude toward them, and then with discussion, dialogue, and a conference, and then start working together, while at the same time strengthening the already existing, very strong, enhanced, well-proven relationship, bilateral relationship we have. That's what I want.
Benedict, thank you very much, Prof. I'll be coming back to you. Please be writing down your questions, and they will be marked right now.
Thank you so much also for the invitation by the German Embassy and the university. We are very grateful also as a research and advisory project to be here, to be present at the panel, but also to discuss with you. So my gratitude. Before I answer your question, let me go one step back, and we have talked about it quite a lot this morning. We talk about it at every event. We are transitioning into some sort of new world order. You are already convinced we are in the new world order. Some people talk about the transition phase, but what we all know is that the world as we knew it, the international system as we knew it, that is something of the past. And if you're interested in international relations theory, you very much know also that these periods of transition are the most volatile periods, are the most dangerous periods. We talked about weapons of mass destruction this morning. The National Security Advisor, I mentioned them. And so we run from one crisis to the next. So it's a very bleak picture, the entire global environment within which we try to cooperate. And that is the challenge. But I mean, from nature out, I'm a pessimist, but I don't want to spread this. So I also have a positive spin to it, and that is that this transition phase does not only create volatility, it also creates new rooms for maneuver, new windows of opportunity. And what you see in the long-standing relationship between Germany and the East African region, but also between Germany and Kenya in particular, is that there is a heightened interest on both sides. And you mentioned the consistency, and I would underline the consistency, and the consistency has been there. We are celebrating 50 years of their presence and 60 years of this friendship, but what you have is a newfound interest, and you also need to be frank, that interest was not always the same on the German side. So a lot of things were taken for granted, and that is not the case anymore. If one last point maybe, if we talk about the new world order is coming over us and we have to accommodate, we do more than that. We have an agency. We can shape this new world order through cooperation, through bilateral cooperation, through regional cooperation. Is currently reorienting itself. is vis-a-vis other great powers. So when we look at the European action in Africa, look at the infrastructure strategies that are put underway, oftentimes it is about how to counter China. And I would argue that is not the best way forward. It's part of the strategic relations. But in order to have really ingrained relationships and to create a relationship that creates these win-win situations, we need first and foremost concentrate on what makes our respective regions better in their cooperation, and then think in a second step about the whole geostrategic implications of the partnership. So focus on the partnership itself and not on the partnership as an instrument to achieve something else. That belongs as well. I mean, we can't talk away geopolitics. It's a reality. But you cannot construct a partnership only around geopolitics.
But not partnership as an end in itself. But there is something I would like to ask the audience. I think it's Professor Hiro Tu said, let's embrace China, let's embrace the new actors. How many of you are willing to embrace China? That East Africans and Germans should have a relationship that embraces China. That's what she is saying, that we cannot be looking forward to tensions. Let's embrace one another. That's what I thought. Can you clarify? No. And we want the audience really to ask.
Just to clarify, I mean, when I say embrace, accommodate, it's not just arities, but through dialogues, conferences, communications, we should understand what their interest is. They should understand what our interest is. Let's find some common interest to work together so that the world can go forward.
How many of you are disagreeing with her? Raise up your hand at the back. Or agreeing, of course. You seem to be agreeing. Give her the mic. Why are you agreeing with her?
I think everybody has got something to bring to the table. And you have to look at the benefits of
Thank you.
each partner. And say,
Just hold for the mic, because there are people at the back who are not hearing and who will not hear you. Or you can hear us at the back.
So what I was saying, you can hear me? Yes. So my name is Catherine Ngila, Professor Ngila, the Executive Director of the African Foundation for Women and Youth in Education, Science, Technology and Innovation. Okay, having introduced myself, what I was saying is that you cannot say, just because you have got one partner, you get rid of all the other partners. Because when you look at, when you review partners, you say this partner is strong in this area. Let's have partnership in this particular aspect. Let's have partnership in this particular aspect, and so forth and so on. So when I believe I understood what she was trying to say, that yes, China has partnered with Ethiopia, I suppose, and in developing this and that. Germany has so many years has really built East Africa particularly and the whole of the world in terms of scholarships, internationalization and all that. We're happy with that. So the fact that Germany has been so, sort of sustainable in terms of funding does not necessarily mean that you negate and say that there's nobody else who is going to come. Canada is coming tomorrow, has got another aspect they want to bring. The UK is coming in, wants also to bring, have partners, but you know where the strength of each partner is. So that's what I also wanted to agree with that.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for her, please. Now, let's now shift the attention slowly to areas that I think we may want to say these are the greatest opportunities that we can collaborate in. As Eastern Africans or East Africans, we have been told to be very careful about the concept of Eastern Africa or East Africa. The ambassador here has told us we need to be very careful about that, and yes, we shall play that question. But Eastern Africa are the Germans. What kind of opportunities can we tap together when we collaborate and when we work together? We are faced with new realities. You mentioned artificial intelligence, digital technology, netizens are everywhere, climate change is with us. What are the opportunities and what could be the challenges? Let me begin with with Benedict now. I'll be getting everybody unprepared. The same with the audience, right? And I can see someone sleeping, but I'll name you very shortly. I'll name you very shortly.
Yeah.
Benedict, please.
Thank you. Maybe also to transition from the little comment to your question, I think there's no absolute added value in just trying to replicate and ultimately only compete with China in the same sectors. If we look at infrastructure across East Africa, Germany was to say what the European Union currently is with Global Gateway to some extent, but only on paper largely. To say we're going to compete only in the infrastructure sector, that would not make a lot of sense, because the German-Kenyan partnership and also the European-African partnership defines itself through complete different values and complete different strengths. And my answer to your question would be to concentrate on those strengths. And if we want to be more concrete, and those sectors have already been mentioned, areas where cooperation can and should be fostered is clearly the green transition, where we have an aligned agenda, and you saw it in the Nairobi Declaration. You see it in the new foreign policy that is advocated by Germany, which has a huge sustainability dimension, so that the green transformation is the one point, and the second point is also cooperation on digital. And we are already doing this. The European Union and Kenya, for instance, are working very closely when we talk about data protection regimes. And data protection regimes are significantly important. They are non-material, so it's not material infrastructure, it's non-material infrastructure, but it is significant to facilitate cross-border trade, to improve the commerce across continents, across countries, and by extension also to create employment and jobs for the youth. And I think we should focus on exactly these strengths where we are good at, rather than to replicate other models only.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. I think we have started identifying very good areas for cooperation. Gado.
Just to add to what he has mentioned, is that Africa has the youngest, is the youngest continent, and that's very important. I think we talked about sometimes that is always phrased in terms of employment, and I can understand that. But we have to look at it from that perspective. And then, most importantly, it's that when we talk of corporations, I think it's always German and other partners, which is important, but also corporations amongst East African is very important. I think that is also lacking, in all these discussions. And I think, again, if you are to look at what the continent has to offer, it is immense. But that cooperation, the dialogue, they are all framed in terms of Germans, China, Canada, America, and US. And I think that there is also a disconnect to that. It's important also these discussions that are taken also when we talk of cooperation. What does that mean between Kenya and Congo, between Tanzania and Uganda, and what can be done? It is still today, it is actually problematic for me to visit Addis. Not because of my drawings, which are problematic, but just as an African. So you find that we cannot be talking also about all these big topics without also trying to figure out this, because it is a problem when it comes to tackling all these big projects, whether be it climate change, be it AI, and other topics. Thanks.
Professor Hirut, but it's raised a very important point that even if we are thinking about cooperation together, we have got some internal interest and relations that we need to sort out some things first so that we can strengthen the partnership. And I think that's a very valid observation. Prof.
Yeah, we have already a number of areas on which we are collaborating so far. So we have to enhance and strengthen those areas like science, technology, addressing climate change issues. But then I think we need also to incorporate new elements into that, like investment, trade, why not? As it has been already said, there's a huge young population in Africa, jobless, most of them, because we cannot create job opportunities for all. But they are, most of them, trained and educated. So Germany can make use of that power. You see, China is doing well, number one, because of its population as well. That's a big capital. So we can collaborate and make use of that power for investment and trade in different areas. So that's one thing. But then basically peace and security, that's also one thing I really want to that us to look at. We have a common threats like terrorism, cyber something. But beyond that, a number of conflicts and wars, going on in East Africa, in my own country, Ethiopia, Sudan, and so on. I think we need some support on that. How to, although we have our own indigenous knowledge, but still, I think that should be also an area for the future to work on peace and security with joint projects, initiatives,
Thank you. Before I go to Ambassador, a question to Christine here, and it's going to be marked. How many companies, what's the trade volume between Germany and China, right? Because what happened in Europe sometimes when labor costs became high, many companies migrated manufacturing to China, right? Which are the major companies in Germany that have migrated their works, their manufacturing, their everything in China, and where can't you bring them back? Just think about that and start. As we don't mind the beer companies, of course, but just think about that. I will come back to you. Let me finish with the ambassador.
Thank you, and I would like to commend Gado and Professor for insisting on going fast, because they have left me dry. I don't know what to say. Remember I said that the Eastern African region has a narrative for the African continent. It is something we share. It is something that underlines our aspirations. And it's what presents the collective future for Africa, Agenda 2063. But I would like to bring this to our region. The number one thing that Germany and East region can do is we want to continue to rely on them to believe in our spirit for realization of integration. I think this region is a natural one community. That's number one. Number two, Germany and the East African region are partners to stand in for a multilateral system. The evolution of globalization means evolution of a more multipolar world. A world that needs a firm and stable middle ground. Germany can depend on our region, on Kenya, in this commitment to multilateralism. Politics, they say, is everything. And I think being together is very important. On coming to things to do, if I was to put the top of the list things that I would like us to do with Germany and this region, and that has inspired our conversation about where does the Kenya foreign policy direction take, is the issue of science and technology. Mm-hmm. We have said that science and technology is not scientific enough to be considered outside the foreign policy strategy. So that is a new area, and the science and technology that goes beyond this room of academicians and research to solving real problems that are in our region. Whether you talk about cooperation in energy, whether you talk about climate smart livestock, which Germany is doing very well through collaboration with the International Livestock Research Institute, or whether you talk about renewable energy, and Germany is one of our highest and most productive partners in that area as well. Now, Kenya's government bottom-up economic transformation agenda, BETTER, highlights some of the very critical priorities that can be put in perspective in this conversation. And I would like to speak to one of them, making the employability of our qualified youth, highly digital qualified youth, opening up opportunities for them in the German labor market. This country produces a lot of artisans. The region produces a lot of doctors, nurses. Putting what we call the people-to-people face value of our friendship and our relations will be very critical for the years to come. I am happy to see, even in the World Cup series now, we are seeing more and more multicolored national teams. And I think this is part of the conversation we have to have as a world. We are a one people. The challenges that Germany experience are a bit different from what is experienced in this region. But at the end of it, we are one human race. Let me just conclude my submission on this by mentioning a particular issue that I think is very critical in our conversation. The future is going to be defined by how the world solves the current problems. Professor Iru just talked about the issue of peace and security in this region. In my view, no factor has the greatest dividend than bringing peace, sustainable peace and security in the East African region. If we are able to overcome the challenges to our security, the threats to political systems emanating, for example, from terrorism, I think this region would be a better, attractive investment proposition for the German business people. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for them now again. We are going to have commercial break for just only 2 minutes. Every table, I would like you to just answer that question. In which areas can East Africans and Germans cooperate together? And what are the best opportunities can we reap when we are working together? Each table, put down your points, maximum 2 points, and bring those pieces of paper. Christine, you don't have to continue with your question. That is resolved. Just on the commercial break, please. And it's maximum 2 minutes. And please put them down because we shall have, pick the papers up. I'm German. Yeah. Oh no, I saw from the program. Yeah. Okay, let me ask someone to collect all the papers. Someone to collect all the papers and bring them in front. You react to them. I'm getting some from you. Is there anyone holding any paper? Is there anyone holding any piece of paper? Please bring them over. Okay, please, order now, please. Order now. Excuse me, please. I would like each of the panelists now, I've handed over the papers to the panelists, and I would like each of the panelists to come and spend 1 or 2 minutes to respond to what I have given them. If there are many, you can pass over to Benedict. Excuse me, please. I have asked, I've handed over the responses to the panelists, and I would like to give each of them, I'm giving each of the panelists 1 minute to respond to them before we go to the next, session. I will ask Gado to respond to what he has, but we shall collect the papers back so that the rapporteurs can have them. Gado, please go on.
Yes. So I have, this is table 3. I suppose number 1, education and research. Number 2, exchange of skilled manpower. Number 3, technology skills, e.g. energy. By GTZ, I think they've given an example there. There's no, I don't know which table this is, but it's number 1, green energy. Number 2, sustainable consumption and production. Number 3, education. Areas of cooperation, there's no mark on this one. Number 1, labor market corporations. German, providing opportunities for jobs. Kenya, money is best home. Have money for investment. I suppose that is in Kenya. Number 2, grants for research. Number 3, attract German investment, linking it up with learning and of language. Number 4, science and technology. And subtitle there, scientific technical cooperation. I think that's what I have.
Thank you very much. Any reaction to that, Gado?
I think the underlying one that I can pick is technology and skills. And you go back, yes, I think I would like to touch on that, the fact that there is also the this big technological advances that are actually probably sprinting, and we are, I think as a race, we are catching up. I mentioned the AI. I think that's an area that definitely it needs attention, especially when it comes to the cooperation, no doubt about that. And number two, I think the bigger one is also the climate change. I mean, we in Africa, we are facing with that, and I think we need to, there is a lot of talk about all these buzzwords going on, but I think when it comes to climate change, is that the reality is we are living it. And there has to be a way where these buzzwords or these words translate meaningful to the grassroots.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Let's move straight then to Professor Hirut.
Yeah, I have two papers on my hand. So the list given here is education at all levels, and partnership in climate change, mitigating climate change, and cultural exchange, again climate, water management, and renewable energy. Yeah, these are most important areas for us to collaborate in the future. But there is already existing, cooperation in science, education. The cultural thing is really impressive because the more we know each other, the more we understand each other, the more effective and productive our collaboration would be. So this is also another area, people-to-people relationship and partnership and collaboration. So the climate thing is, we have already mentioned it earlier, it's top important because Germany is a leader of, this addressing issues of climate change with this innovation, renewable energy, and so on. And East Africa is suffering from the consequence. 80% of Ethiopian population, for example, they are living in the rural area, the farmers. So they are suffering, as the result of the climate change because of the irregularity in the rain season. So we can give insights for research, for policy, and for innovation. So, yeah,
thank you very much. Ambassador, before I come to Benedict.
Thank you. Benedict wanted to go before me. Let me ask, table 5, put up your hand, please. Table 5.
Table 5.
Table 5. I think, although only one person responding, you are the most active in submitting the list. First, before I comment on what they have put, we must agree that Germany and East African region we must agree that we do not talk about potential anymore. We talk about opportunity. We must see our relations from not believe in the potential between the region and Germany, but actually in pursuing the opportunity. Because opportunity causes action. So, having said that, I've had the following. One is agricultural research. I want to put together agricultural research to agricultural productivity. Our region has capacity not only to contribute to feeding Africa, but also to meet global needs. Kenya, Ethiopia, DRC, and many other countries in this region have incredible opportunities for food production, not just only to meet the local demands, but also to address global needs. Let me also say that in terms of agriculture and agricultural research, we have to look at about value additioning. It's a clear concept that the rise of the middle class, the capacity to consume in many of our countries demands that we invest more on value additioning. In that sense, we'll be able to have not just production, but also fully processed products in our region. Now, energy. If there is an area that really depicts the success of a country-to-country partnership, it must be the partnership between Kenya and Germany on renewable energy. The future is renewable. And I can't agree more. We need to fast track, we need to articulate what we must do in this very important area. And I think the outcome of the African Climate Summit, as Professor Hirut had said, gives clear pointers of this conversation. Tourism. Tourism is about the culture, the people, the heritage that each country has to offer. Related to tourism is the fact that tourism, actually upstaging tourism in this region, gives Germany an opportunity to intensify the use of German language. As more Germans come to Kenya, come to this region, the necessity for use of German as a language, which is a critical component of understanding and appreciating the German population, will be very important for us to look at it. And I want to say that the Goethe Institute here has done a great job. Now, mining, artificial intelligence, machine learning, research and development, all this indicates that the East African region has capacity to contribute to German success in driving breakthroughs in technologies. This region, we do not need to invent the wheel. Of course, we have our small breakthroughs, and M-Pesa isn't small. Using mobile technology for inclusivity, using digital-enabled system to solve problems in the health sector, are clear examples that this region actually has capacity to absorb and to put to use some of Germany's breakthroughs in technology. Finally, we cannot escape the fact that the future of development has to be in the digitalized world. The Concert City is a dream happening. I believe that the Concert City has an opportunity, a real opportunity, for German companies to launch their investment in the East African region. Already, we are conversing about how to manage, how to deal with data for development. Without digitalization of what you call the public services, then we wouldn't have realized the optimum benefits of data for sustainable development. I think, Professor, I'm lucky that the group, the paper I got is from a very active and good participatory group on Table 5. So I would like that you demand they be given a round of applause. Thank you.
Finalist Benedict.
Yeah, I received 3 sheets, and I think we skipped the coffee break if I engage with each item, but maybe I can detect some threads here. So I will read it out and then quickly comment on the overarching threads I see. I don't know which table they're coming from because they're not numbered, but the first point was research and scientific research and technology, security, culture, tourism, that we heard several times, competence-based higher education, then enhancing vocational skills and job opportunities, trade and manufacturing, and last but not least, historical justice, colonialism et altera. So on several of the individual topics, my esteemed colleagues have commented, but what I see here is thread number 1 that you would discover underneath the heading of research and technology, but also trade and manufacturing, is the importance of co-creation. It is highly important, I think, in the partnership to think more precisely of how to co-create. Co-create in business, that means like close business relationships, trying to find solutions that are needed in the 2 respective regions jointly. We can talk about digital solutions. Digital solutions are not universal. They need to be adapted to the needs of the specific context. So you cannot have one solution for all needs. For instance, M-Pesa is a highly successful technology, but also a very adapted technology. And engaging in co-creation, the partnership can identify the best solutions for the needs in both countries or both regions. So that would be the first point. The second point, co-creation also at the university level is highly important. There's still too little co-creative research going on. So we in our project, as many others of the participants, the DRD especially, I think, is very much engaged in co-authorship and co-knowledge creation. And that is something that, if you look at the international journal rankings, is still something we have to catch up as a global community in general. And I think that the work that the DRD is doing and many other funding organizations is going the right direction, but we need more of that. And that's also an appeal to all the universities in both regions and the research institutions. The second point which I see, or the second thread which I see going through tourism, culture, but also the reckoning of historical justice and colonialism is one point that has already been mentioned, that of mutual understanding. Only if people at the people level understand each other better, understand the idiosyncrasies, the differences, but also the similarities, then something like trust is developed, and that will have positive impact on the willingness to invest in another region. That will have positive impact on putting actually money behind the words and living up to the declarations that everyone is very keen on committing to.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for them. This is another commercial break. Going to take place in two different approaches. One, I would like to ask every table to think about, again, only one issue, not two. What can East African countries and Germany learn from each other? Only one thing, one thing. What can we learn from each other? But for the panelists, this is the most tricky question, because I would like also them to have a commercial break. Their questions are going to be tricky. And I would like you to listen to the question. They are in a lift. Each of them is in a lift separately, and he happens to meet the President of Kenya, President Ruto, and the German Chancellor Scholz. And the Chancellor and the President are going to the first floor, so there is no time at all. And they are going beyond the lift. And the lift is going to the first floor, therefore it's moving very fast, right? If you have got to tell them about how to enhance cooperation between the country and Germany, and the lift is going to stop almost immediately, and security will not allow you to proceed, what is it that one thing you'll tell them before before they get out of the lift? You are meeting Abe, Prime Minister Abe, and the German Chancellor. What is it that you'll tell them before the lift closes the door and they're out? So think about that, and then the commercial break for everyone here is, what is it, one thing that you'd like we can learn from? 2 minutes, and then we are done. Please collect the papers. We don't have time. We have just only 8 minutes to time. Please collect the papers. It's only one thing that I want to hear from every table. Only one. Who can collect the papers for me, please? Pick the papers for me, please. Several people, so that I've got 8 minutes. We shall end so that they know we can also finish on the dot. Yes. On the dot. On the dot, like this. Bring the papers, please. We have very limited time. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. I think, once again, I will hand over the papers to the panelists to react to them. I will ask the panelists to just only read and not comment on them very quickly because we have no time. I will begin with the ambassador.
Thank you, Professor. And one of the conditions that you didn't mention on the lift is that...
No, we are not beginning with the lift now. Read the response. We shall go to the lift shortly because that's the flight.
It seems our people did not follow the instruction. They wrote more than one. Good governance, policy formulation and implementation, research, table 4, enhanced cooperation between Germany and East Africa.
Table 5 again, Kenya to learn from Germany, being meticulous and efficient. Germany to learn from Kenya, Ubuntu and socialization. And then no table and no direction. Point 1, flexibility. So that cannot be... Germans are not particularly flexible, so I assume that is what Germans can learn, flexibility. On the other hand, point 2, direct and straight to the point. Yeah, I guess that is the other direction. Point 3, federal governance systems, and then there is an error in 2 directions. And the point number 4, startup culture, Kenya can learn from Germany.
Thank you, Prof.
Again, I have 2 papers. One says, what Kenya can learn from Germany is technology and innovation. Yes. And then ethical values. What can Germany learn from Kenya? Rich culture, openness, taking it easy, and friendship. Friendliness, I'm sorry, friendliness. And the other table wrote that Kenya can learn Kenya can learn from Germany about technical and vocational system and skills. And Kenya can learn German work ethics and German to Kenya. I'm sorry, I can't see it.
Oh, Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata.
I thought it's English expression and that, right? Yeah, I think, that's it. German's orderliness, preciseness, this work ethics, it should come to Africa. That's one very important thing we need to learn, discipline.
Thank you very much. And Gado?
Yeah, I have no number on this table. Sustainable friendship bears fruits. Table 3, transparency. And no number here is respecting cultural diversity.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for everyone now. Now we go back to the lift. There is President Ruto and Chancellor Charles. They are going to the first floor. Ambassador is with them. Ambassador, the lift is closing, is opening and closing very quickly.
Thank you. And just as we all go in there, the power disappears. So I have more than a minute before the generator takes effect.
I forgot to mention you're in Germany where power will not disappear. Okay, go on.
One of the drivers of modern development is technology. One of the obvious gaps between Germany and this region is technology. I will tell them, focus on technology for sustainable development.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Technology for sustainable development. Benedict.
So the power is running again?
The power is running. The power is running.
In that case, I would go for a recommendation along the lines of giving meaning to this partnership among equals by focusing on concrete projects and concrete outcomes based on the constant relationships and on pragmatism.
Concrete projects, concrete proposals, right?
Yeah,
okay.
To give meaning, to give
meaning to the
this partnership of equals. Everyone is speaking about it, but we need to live it.
But the lift has closed.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. concrete proposals to give meaning to partnership, to be very concrete.
Yeah, technology.
Abe is there.
Abe there. I'll tell him that technological innovation, advancement is the key thing that we have to embrace in order to change quality of life of our society and then to, of course, have a sustainable future. So, yeah, that's what I can think.
Technology for sustainable future.
Yeah.
The lift is closed. Gado?
I think for me is to, I'll tell them to do everything in their power to safeguard and to guard democracy and all the gains that we have gained through democracy. Because it is through democracy that all technology and all these other things that can be done, that can be achieved.
Thank you, and the lift has closed. Right? Let's clap for them. Concrete proposals, technology, concrete partnership, technology again, right? And then democratic values to be embedded in our society. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's clap for the panelists. Let us clap for them very well, please. We are slowly coming to the end of the session, and I think I can give a commercial break. The reason why I agreed to become a moderator is because I thought there would be beer. You know, someone tells me when you go to Germany, there must be a beer every time. So I came and I looked at the reception, there was no beer. So I didn't see any beer here. You know, when I was registering, I looked at the table and I didn't see it. But then I realized, no, this is in Kenya. So I realized, no, things are very different. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session. I wanted us to end at 16 on the dot to show Germans that we can also adhere to time. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. It was fun having you here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because we still have problems of time.
Hello, everyone. I would like to have your attention. Attention, everyone. Attention, everyone. I would like to ask all of you, let's give a very big round of applause to the panelists and to the moderator. Thank you so much for gracing us with that wonderful discussion, for involving us to all participate. We are very grateful for that. And so now we're coming slowly to the end of our Science Forum. And I would like to invite Elisa, who's a German lecturer at the University of Nairobi, to come and give us a summary of what we've learned today, what was shared. Yes, welcome, Elisa.
Hi. Good afternoon. I am going to summarize, as I did yesterday again, what we did today. I'll try to be brief. So I welcome you to the conclusion of our second and last day. So as I said, I will briefly sum up the day before a well-deserved coffee break. So today in the morning, after the official greetings, we followed our keynote speaker of the day, Mrs. Monica Juma, who described the challenges we're facing today as humanity. In a changing world of crisis and threat, in a volatile environment, alongside the opportunities of technological advance and the world seen as a neighborhood. This keynote speech was followed by the first panel of the day, which focused on the relations between Kenya and Germany. And it started with how is Germany perceived in the region? Next to cars and video cameras and football, we found out that Germany is perceived as a reliable partner. And we moved on to the developments of the past decades, stressing the importance of education. Moving over to the way research can support development, stressing the importance of African centers of excellence, and closing with thoughts on the East African community integration process, its perspectives, and its importance. This panel closed on a positive note on fruitful cooperations for the future, followed by a lunch break. And after that, Anja Bengelsdorf presented the research landscape in Germany, some facts and figures, and introduced us to the role of industry in research expenditure. And that was followed by Professor Zeidler, who elaborated on the ways the German research landscape integrates a practical point of view. At least I learned many things about, additive manufacturing, 3D printing, and sustainability. He introduced us to their interdisciplinary international work at TU Bergakademie Freiberg, on the different collaborations, the different possibilities for partners to engage. And also a very interesting concept of the transfer of research results directly into startups. So on giving just the idea that that could be a concept that could apply to Kenya as well. And that was followed by the panel discussion we just followed on the perspectives for the future. So the idea was to close with perspectives for the future, starting with the creative sector, and the pledge to seriously look at that, not forget the creative sector, as we often do. And this was followed by stressing the need for a wider perspective in a new world order of threat, but this threat can also be seen as a form of opportunity. A focus on China, coming to the conclusion that the goal is not to replicate other models or just to compete, but to think of other ways forward, keeping in mind the importance of African collaboration. As we approached the afternoon and everyone was tired, we had a very engaging way of listening to your ideas. So our moderator, who we want to thank for that, asked you to answer some questions, to give your ideas in order to come into a dialogue and to learn from each other. So yeah, we heard your ideas. The panel commented on them as we were heading towards the end of today's session. And I mentioned the word the end, so I come to the end of my conclusions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Elisa, for the concluding words. As we end this wonderful session, I would like to invite I would like to hear vote of thanks from our colleague from the German embassy. Welcome to say some few words. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Kerstin Fimmer, and I'm the head of cultural section of the embassy. And I say a big thank you to all of you who contributed today to the success of this conference. First of all, the DAT team who made it possible. I know organization is a big thing of such a conference. University of Nairobi, all the speakers and moderators who did a very excellent job. And of course you, I want to thank you, the audience, who contributed, especially in the last panel discussion, quite immensely. So thank you for that. And yeah, I hand over to Beate, who wanted also to say a few words before we continue with the tea break.
Thank you, Kerstin, and I would like also to emphasize I'm very impressed that we have still a very full room here in the conference, and it's late in the afternoon, and it's the second day, and I think we can say that it was really a success, and we are really happy and grateful for all coming and listening, especially coming from the neighborhood countries. We wish you all the luck, and we would like to continue with this work and also to stay in contact with you, especially with the alumni, but also with the scientists. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for your contributions, and good luck, and come back to Nairobi or to Germany, and thank you very much, and have a good way back to your home countries. Thank you so much.
So we'll now have a session of networking and exchange where you can talk to one another and also have a look at the scientific researches pasted on the wall. And also we'll also have a tea break outside. So welcome to that, and thank you so much for your participation. Thank you for coming today. Asanteni sana, and all the best. Thank you.